So here we go. So here's the first video. It's about 2 minutes. I have maybe 5 or 6 videos. They're all about 2 minutes. So please stay till the end. So here we go.
Oh, where'd it come from? We're in the middle of nowhere.
Well, all around us.
Well, call me nuts, but I reckon that came from up there. But, well, unless the trees backed it down and... Oh, it's cold. Unless the trees made it echo, I don't know. I've never heard a sound like that before.
I don't like it.
It did have an element of eerie, isn't it? Yeah. My phone's about to die anyway. I don't want to be out here with no phone. So there it is again, do that. Don't go just yet. Maybe if we just went a bit further up, we might see something. Oh, this is it. Maybe it wasn't 2012, it was 2013. Fucking hell. Alright, okay. It's not an animal, is it? Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, that was loud. Alright. Hang on, right, turn this off. Fuck yeah, I don't like this.
Okay, so what you saw was a video from 2013. And these two people, okay, there's the lady and the gentleman holding the camera. They are out in the woods. And there's this strange sound in the sky. That's all you need to know for now, the strange sound. So you can pay attention to it in the next video, okay? I will play the next video. Just give me 1 second. And this strange sound, okay, you could call it some type of ELF, some type of frequency, some type of a hum, okay, this strange earth hum. Like I've been saying, okay, you have to put your mind on the grand scale of things. I may mention that these dumpster stained gang stalkers controls the world. They are advanced. They control the government. They control people's mind. Okay. But us TIs, the true TIs, the ones that can advance in this program, we have the responsibility to awaken society. So I will play the next video. So here we go.
Very deep.
So that one was a little bit creepy. But this is naturally happening. It's not some type of audio gimmick. This is really happening in the physical, in the environment. Now, I first discovered this phenomenon, okay? This you can search it on YouTube or go to Google, type in strange sound in the sky. And you'll see a bunch of information on it. The majority of the people do not understand. Even when they seek help from agencies, environmental agencies, they don't know. And they'll try to track down, okay, what type of factories are nearby? Uh, is it from giant machines, oil drilling? They can't pinpoint the source. It's just in the sky. So I will play the next video. Here we go. All right. So let's keep on moving. I hope by now you're getting an idea. And these are videos filmed in different parts of the world. And when I first discovered this strange sound in the sky, it was about 10 years ago, before I even realized that I was being gang stalked. And when I found out about it, my first instinct was something to do with aliens. And now, in the present days, it just makes sense to me, and I will show you why. Okay. Now the next video. What do you guys think of it? Please comment. I want to know what you guys think of it so far. Now, this one I like. This is an older video, but it's just really creepy, the sound in this video. When the motivation's for. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, let's go to the next video. Here we go. Yeah, that's very fair. Sorry, I was muted. I did not know I was speaking the entire time, but that's fair. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. It sounded like speaker in the sky, but let me tell you, they are not speakers in the sky. Oh, this one's nice. Sounds like wind chimes. Oh, I like wind chimes. And they all sound different to me. But I guess the previous video was nicer than the first few. So you guys are great sticking around because I will show you within the next 4 minutes why this is important. Okay, so I have 2 more. Okay, so within the next 8 minutes. Sorry about that. But here we go. Here's just two more videos.
Calculate problem. Create it. Облак точно взять.
All right. That was interesting. Wow. I got one person still here. Good for you. Seriously, good for you. And if you're a true TI, you have just upgraded yourself by sticking around. Or maybe you already know this information. But I'll tell you, one thing I noticed about the TI community, the dumpster stain gang stalkers, they mess with the TI's focus and concentration. Majority of TIs, their attention span is just very short. And it's very easy to make them click out of this video. That is because they are just not ready. They need a certain type of experience in life, some type of encounter, something to happen to stimulate their mind to find value in this information. Because this community, a majority of TIs, they just don't understand this stuff. And even if I show them straight to the point, there's already going to be a percentage of TIs in the community that just won't even care. Because they cannot, their mind can't process the information because they just can't connect with the information because they have not experienced anything in their personal life that will help them make sense of everything. And that's why I say I hope later on their journey that they will discover something and it'll just click in their head. The light bulb will turn on and the information that they took in the past will now make sense. Kind of like how I discovered this mysterious sound 10 years ago when I wasn't even realizing that I was going through gang stalking. And I just immediately believed, oh, this is alien. This got to be aliens. And now that mysterious sound in the sky, it all makes sense to me. It took 10 years for that information to connect. And that is just my journey. So for you listening, you have your own journey. All right, so I'm going to play this this news segment. It's more friendly. I guess it's somewhat friendly, is from the news. So
Brooklyn has been driving some people, we are told, crazy.
Yeah, it's maddening, it's unsettling, and it's also just this mystery because nobody seems to know what is causing this strange humming sound. CBS 2's Kevin Rincon gives us a listen.
It's profoundly annoying.
As you hear the noise, it's hard to make out what it is.
It sounds like somebody putting their finger on a glass cup and running it around the top of the cup.
It sounds very much like a resonance, a harmonic resonance, like if you can picture someone rubbing the top of a crystal glass or a tuning fork.
What was the sound?
Mo, who Hussein, he took video walking home one night. He's noticed the sound for over a year.
I liken it to like some sort of alien invasion. As you're walking around, even in the middle of the night, you hear this hum off in the background and you wonder what could that be?
You know, I thought about that. And they're only landing in the middle of the night.
For Adrena Banks, her theory, it's construction related, but admits it could be anything.
It's just this consistent humming that doesn't seem to go away and goes on for hours. It's so piercing that it keeps you up.
Neighbors called 311, but when the city's Department of Environmental Protection showed up, the sound had stopped. We reached out to the DEP several times on Thursday, and they now say they plan to return to try and find the source of the nuisance.
As soon as you think, okay, well, now I've gotten used to it, now I'm ready to live my life with this noise, then it goes away. You're like, oh, that's great. And then it comes back.
The timing of it makes me sort of believe that, at times anyway, makes me sort of believe that there's some sort of equipment being run and they sort of try to turn it off and on in ways that don't disrupt people.
Some residents, they've turned to online forums to mark when the noise starts and stops, but tracking it isn't easy.
Like bass notes they disperse easily, but they're hard to pinpoint. And this sound has that quality of like, ooh, that's really hard to locate.
It's not just loss of sleep or an inconvenience. There are plenty of people here concerned that this could have larger psychological impacts, which is why they're hoping speaking out could help bring them some peace and quiet. In Fort Greene, Kevin Rincon, CBS 2 News.
Hope so.
It was beginning to drive me nuts too.
Just in that short time and then living with it.
All right, everybody. So I hope you understand the message I'm trying to send out to you guys. What I showed you was from my previous stream, and I feel like I need to show it to you guys again because repetition makes the information settle into your mind instead of just watching it one time from a video that I made. So now I will read some comments, and then I will show you a video as to why all that was important. You know what? Let me just play that video now. If you stick around, that's good because that just show you are ready. But if you're gonna leave, then maybe it's just not your time. So I will play the video now to connect the previous videos and why they're important. Now, if you believe this is not something that you think is real, or the information that I'm about to show you is just not, it's not something that you grew up believing, well, just think about gang stalking. The entire phenomenon is out of this world. So you have to keep an open mind, because if you don't keep an open mind and you trap yourself in believing in whatever you see fit, you're going to be stuck. All this are really out there. These information are really out there, and you have to have an open mind. So I will show you now why the trumpet sound is so important. And here we go. So stick around, and I will read the comments at the end of the video. So this will be about maybe 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. Here we go.
Revelation chapter 8. And when he had opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven about the space of half an hour. And I saw the 7 angels which stood before God, and to them were given 7 trumpets. And another angel came and stood at the altar, having a golden censer, and there was given unto him much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all.
Now I stop here. Notice how previously it mentioned trumpet. Well, that trumpet is the sound in the sky. That's how I made the connection. And when it talks about angel, okay, now you have to clear your mind. When it's talking about angels, in your head, I want you to not envision a human with wings and just flying around in the sky. Don't imagine that, because if you imagine that, it's hard to believe, because we have never ever seen a human with wings. So that's why it's so hard to believe. But the angel part, okay, the angel part, just try not to think of it as what you used to know angel as, okay? These are completely different. They're not human form with wings, okay? There's something different. They're aliens. And I will show you later on, but just pay attention to this. And the trumpet is the sound in the sky.
Saints upon the golden altar which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense which came with the prayers of the saints ascended up before God out of the angel's hand. And the angel took the censer and filled it with fire of the altar and cast it into the earth. And there were voices and thunderings and lightnings and an earthquake. And the 7 angels which had the 7 trumpets prepared themselves to sound. The first angel sounded, and there followed hail and fire mingled with blood, and they were cast upon the earth. And the 3rd part of trees was burnt up, and all green grass was burnt up. And the 2nd angel sounded, and as it were, a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea. And the 3rd part of the sea became blood. And the 3rd part of the creatures which were in the sea and had life died. And the 3rd part of the ships were destroyed. And the 3rd angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp, and it fell upon the 3rd part of the rivers and upon the fountains of waters. And the name of the star is called Wormwood. And the 3rd part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the waters because they were made bitter.
When it mentioned that the angel sounded, okay, the angel sounded, what that meant was the trumpet. The angel sounded the trumpet. So they blew on the trumpet because they each had a trumpet.
And the 4th angel sounded, and the 3rd part of the sun was smitten, and the 3rd part of the moon, and the 3rd part of the stars, so as the 3rd part of them was darkened. And the day shone not for a 3rd part of it, and the night likewise. And I beheld and heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, by reason of the other voices of the trumpet of
Angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice. Now, this loud voice, it's the environmental voice to skull, okay? I wouldn't even like using environmental voice to skull, because this environmental sound, I believe everyone in the environment can hear it. Based on my personal experience, when they do the environmental sound, people can hear it, just like the trumpet. But you'll soon realize that I'll explain. This is where voice to skull come from. These entities are communicating with the TIs.
Revelation chapter 9. And the 5th angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth. And unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months, and their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. And the shapes of the locusts were like unto horses prepared unto battle, and on their heads were, as it were, crowns like gold, and their faces were as the faces of men, and they had hair as the hair of women, and their teeth were as the teeth of lions.
Now I have to stop here. Now I know the part mentioned about locusts with faces of man and shaped like a horse, all that stuff. I know it sounds really far-fetched. But one thing I learned about these dumpster-stained gang stalkers is they have the ability to induce thoughts, induce visions, induce images into our minds. But that is just not, it doesn't stop there. Now, when I said that, you might think, okay, so just individual person. No, these entities, they can do it on a mass scale. So a collective of people within a certain area, they can actually induce thoughts into all those people. And if your mind is not prepared, your mind, because not everyone's mind is the same, okay? We all have our minds. Some people are just smarter. Some people are just not as quick to catch on to things, while others are extremely fast in learning things. So our minds is different. And the ones that are unprepared, it's very easily that they could be in one of those called what is it? Mass psychosis. Okay, a lot of people could be in a mass psychosis, and their mind could be easily manipulated by these things. But us TIs, we are different. We are actually aware of what's going on, but it's just the community don't know exactly who's doing this. And this is my way of trying to keep you guys open-minded and show you that, yeah, even though it does sound like it's out of this world, well, it really is out of this world.
And they had breastplates, as it were, breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was as the sound of chariots of many horses running to battle. And they had tails like unto scorpions, and there were stings in their tails. And their power was to hurt men 5 months. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. One woe is past, and behold, there come 2 woes more hereafter. And the 6th angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the 4 horns of the golden altar which is before God, saying to the 6th angel which had the trumpet, Loose the 4 angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates.
Okay, so here we go. Here's another mention. Heard a voice. Heard a voice. Well, us TI community, we call that voice to skull. So that's why I mainly mention that you're a TI in this community. If you have not reached the voice to skull stage or recognized voice to skull, or at least starting to recognize that these voices could come into your head and manipulate your thoughts, then you're a bit behind. But that doesn't mean you won't figure this out. So we're all on our own timeline. Each TI is different. You are on your own journey, and hopefully you will catch on. But not every TI are able to catch on because, as we all know, there are TIs out there that will just lose their life. They become homeless. They get stuck. They'll keep believing that it's the government, and they will never, ever move past that. And they'll get to a point where they'll actually get rid of their entire family, their friends, because they believe, he or she believe that the family and friends are involved. And if you really want to put it to a based on that perspective, they can be involved because they are unaware that the dumpster stained gang stalkers were inducing ideas into their mind and making them behave a certain way that will irritate the TI, that will make the TI feel frustrated. That's because these dumpster stained gang stalkers are in everybody's head. and only the TIs in the community are aware that something is happening.
And the 4 angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year, for to slay the 3rd part of men. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000, and I heard the number of them. And thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire, and of jacinth and brimstone. And the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire, and smoke, and brimstone. By these 3 was the 3rd part of men killed, by the fire, and by the smoke, and by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. For their power is in their mouth, and in their tails. For their tails were like unto serpents, and had heads, and with them they do hurt. And the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues, yet repented not of the works of their hands, that they should not worship devils, and idols of gold and silver, and brass and stone, and of wood, which neither can see, nor hear, nor walk. Neither repented they of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their fornication, nor of their thefts. Revelation chapter 10. And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head, and his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire.
Okay, I have to stop here. Notice it mentioned clouds. Okay, cloud. Now, my personal experience said these dumpster stained gang stalkers. Okay, now we're talking really to the next level now, what I'm talking about here. If you watch the videos with the trumpet sound, you'll notice there's always clouds. And these clouds are really strange. What I noticed, okay, based on my experience, I have CCTVs where in the past, okay, before all this gang stalking, I would notice, okay, because in the past, before I found out what gang stalking was, I believed that, like one of the neighbors' workers, because we, me growing up on a farm and all that stuff, my neighbors, they also have, they're farmers and they have workers. I believe that one of the worker was stealing stuff from me, okay? This is on a different property, not the current property. So I set up CCTV. Never, ever caught anybody coming over. And as I watched the CCTV, I noticed one day that the clouds were not moving. And I would fast forward my footage, and I would notice this one cloud, okay, specifically this one cloud was just stationary, while other clouds were moving towards it. And when they passed that cloud, the initial cloud was still just sitting there. It was like waiting. Eventually, this other smaller clouds would show up, and they all left together. Yeah, it sounds really weird, but that's what I saw in my CCTV footage. And this was over 10 years ago. So pay attention to the clouds sometimes when you're outside, because these clouds, if you actually pay attention, you put a camera out, you might notice some of these clouds, they don't move. Really strange. So the clouds, and talked about angels, but if you actually look at some of those antiquity, those paintings, you'll see paintings of angels, human-shaped angels in the sky, and they're always sitting on clouds, as if they use cloud as a way to travel, or use clouds as a way for cover, to hide themselves.
And he had in his hand a little book open. And he set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot on the earth, and cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roareth. And when he had cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the 7 thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hand to heaven, and swear by him that liveth for ever and ever, who created heaven and the things that therein are, and the earth and the things that therein are, and the sea and the things which are therein, that there should be time no longer. But in the days of the voice of the seventh angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. And the voice which I heard from heaven spake unto me again, and said, Go and take the little book which is open in the hand of the angel which standeth upon the sea and upon the earth. And I went unto the angel and said unto him, Give me the little book. And he said unto me, Take it, and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter, but it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey. And I took the little book out of the angel's hand, and ate it up, and it was in my mouth sweet as honey. And as soon as I had eaten it, my belly was bitter. And he said unto me, Thou must prophesy again before many peoples and nations and tongues and kings.
Now, I believe that these entities will show themselves one day. And when they show themselves, everybody can see them. When will that day come? I have no idea. But us TIs, the ones that are, especially in voice to skull, or currently dealing with voice to skull, we are in communication with them.
Revelation chapter 11.
And I just want to say this because these dumpster stain gang stalkers, okay? I talk a lot of trash to them all the way up the ladder. And the way I see it is, if I don't do it, who's going to do it? Someone's going to have to speak up and let them know what they're doing wrong. And I am the person to do it. So now I put it out there. I don't recommend any of you doing what I'm doing. I talk trash to them because that's just how my journey is. And it's not going to be the same for you. But if you feel like you need to talk trash to them, then that just means you are on a very special journey. Different from mine, but definitely something that's important.
And there was given me a reed, like unto a rod. And the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees, and the 2 candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth, and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues, as often as they will. And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them, and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and an half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these 2 prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. And after 3 days and an half, the Spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet. And great fear fell upon them which saw them. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, Come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. And the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell. And in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000, and the remnant were affrighted, and gave glory to the God of heaven. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. And the 7th angel sounded, and there were great voices in heaven saying, The kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign for ever and ever. And the 24 elders which sat before God on their seats fell upon their faces and worshipped God, saying, We give thee thanks, O Lord God Almighty, which art and wast and art to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power, and hast reigned. And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. And the temple of God was opened in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament. And there were lightnings, and voices, and thunderings, and an earthquake, and great hail. Revelation chapter 12. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth, and pained to be delivered. And there appeared another wonder in heaven. And behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. And she brought forth a man-child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up unto God and to his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared of God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now is come salvation, and strength, and the kingdom of our God, and the power of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night.
Now, you might wonder, all this kind of don't make sense because it just sounds like a fantasy. Well, based on my personal experience, okay, what I understand is the Bible is mixed between the good and the evil. So not everything in the Bible are true. There are lots of lies in the Bible. And where these lies come from? These lies come from the dumpster-stained gang stalkers inducing ideas, negative ideas, and fear into the writer's mind. So the Bible is based on different stories. And the ones who wrote the stories, they're true TIs. They're all true TIs. With that being said, we are still vulnerable in our minds. If we don't have focus, we lose concentration, we don't slow down our minds and actually analyze the ideas and thoughts that comes in, we can fall victims to mind control and manipulation by these entities. And when it talked about casting the angel down from heaven, it's the devil. Well, those are the dumpster-stained gang stalkers. Now, what's missing from all this information is just what do they look like, right? So we know that there are dumpster-stained gang stalkers. We know that we don't like them. We know what they do. They're always negative. They put fear into people. They make people around us mess with our lives. They mess with our heads. They make us not be able to maintain a job and all this other stuff. They hurt our body physically. And now I'm telling you, there are entities. There are aliens. Angels fallen from heaven, okay, in the Bible. So with all that information, great. But what's missing? The only piece of information that is missing is what do they look like? Once you know what they look like, it will connect with everything else. Everything else you know will click. The only thing missing is what do they look like? What are they? And I will show you this coming April. That's the only thing missing is their faces.
And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto the death. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea! For the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. And when the dragon saw that he was cast unto the earth, he persecuted the woman which brought forth the man-child. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time and times and half a time from the face of the serpent. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. And the earth helped the woman. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth. And the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God, and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. Revelation chapter 13. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority. And I saw one of his heads, as it were, wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world wondered after the beast, and they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies. And power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. and it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon, and he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword and did live. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
So this part is interesting. 666. So 3 score is 3 times 20, so that's 60. So the number is 666. And that is popular amongst society, that people have read the Bible, 666. And if reading this part, what I don't understand is, what is number of a man? The part says, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. I don't understand why there's so much riddles in the Bible. And these riddles are very subjective. And with the dumpster stain game stalkers constantly reading our minds, the information that we take in, they actually manipulate the way we interpret them. They feed us ideas. So it's up to us to kind of decide which idea it's best to explain what's going on. And all these riddles, it's like really not being specific. It's giving these dumpster stain gang stalkers a way to manipulate us and control us in a way, control our thought patterns, and guide us towards a direction that people are just unaware that we are being guided in the way we think. These entities can do that. And the way for them to do it is by keeping people in the dark, making people not know of their existence. So that is one of their greatest tactics, is to run the show in the background. They are manipulating people's thoughts in the background. And they have the ability to make a group of people think a certain way and then guide these people towards a direction without the people actually knowing that they're being manipulated. Now, is that a bad thing or a good thing? It can go both ways. My approach to all of this is when it's good, okay, when it's love and compassion, especially even in the Bible, when it talks about love and compassion or things that are love and compassion, that's a good thing. And go with it. Negative thoughts, acts of evil, all those sinful ideas and actions, those are from the dumpster staying gang stalkers. And it's up to us to decide if we want to follow up with those type of ideas and thoughts. And that's why I mentioned before that you need to recognize these thoughts that are coming into your head. And if they're negative thoughts, you need to practice stopping yourself from continuously thinking into it. I don't know if it's possible to completely block them from sending you thoughts and ideas, but at the very least, you can start recognizing these ideas. If they're negative, try to stop yourself from thinking into it, because it's a waste of your energy. It's a way for them to plant a seed into your head. If you think into it, that means you taking the seed, and now they just keep trying to water that seed in your head and make that idea grow into something even worse than before. And it's a waste of your energy. For example, a lot of TIs in the community believe that, oh, they're going to die, or believe that someone's out to murder him or her. Well, that whole idea is the seed, and it's been planted into the head of the TI. But a lot of these TIs, they still wake up, go to sleep, and wake up the next morning and continue on. And every day is like that. Some TIs, 30 years, running away from everybody, and they're still there. Believe the helicopters, all that stuff, it's spying on them. The neighbors try to kill them, all this stuff, but they're still living. So it's the seed, the negative seed that's been planted into the TI's head. And if you buy into it, it's going to get a hold of you. My dumpster staying gang stalkers continuously talk about getting me killed, or it's going to mess with me when I'm driving. And what can I do about it? Well, I can't really do much about it other than try to ignore it, try not to think into it. Because they'll try to send me ideas and images into my head of how the accident will go down, or what happens if something like that happened, right? Where I hurt myself or people gets hurt. What happened next? I don't want to think into that because it did not happen. And I don't want to waste my energy thinking about it, because it's a form of fear. It's not a happy thought. It doesn't make me feel good. And it will do something to my psyche, my own spirit, if I actually believe those thoughts are true or try to think of them as something that could happen. So it's very important to be able to identify what are negative thoughts and what are positive thoughts. And these dumpster staying gang stalkers, they're always paying attention to the information that you take in. So whatever you read online, whatever that's going on, whoever you talk to, these information you're taking in on a daily basis, they are also taking that in, and they will try to find a way to make you fearful of the situation or what's the possibility that could happen based on those information.
Revelation chapter 14. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Sion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts and the elders. And no man could learn that song, but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth. These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the firstfruits unto God and to the Lamb. And in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of God. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people, saying with a loud voice, Fear God, and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come. And worship him that made heaven and earth and the sea and the fountains of waters. And there followed another angel, saying, Babylon is fallen that great city, because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up for ever and ever, and they have no rest, day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Write, Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. And I looked, and behold a white cloud. And upon the cloud one sat like unto the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, Thrust in thy sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. And another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle.
Now I gotta pause here. It mentioned a man sitting on clouds. Now, with the Bible, if you envision that, what does this man look like? You wouldn't think of it as someone that looks somewhat Asian, right? Of course not. But the actual stories, there's similarity with other cultures. Because if you look into the Eastern Asian culture, when they talk about gods and stuff, or depiction of gods, you would see what looks like a monk sitting on clouds. So it's very interesting how different cultures will have similarities. And here in the Bible, talk about man on cloud, I don't believe it's the Asian person, but it's just the concept of man sitting on clouds. Now, these different cultures, why are there similarities? Well, that's because these entities can induce thoughts into people's minds on a grand scale. They're all connected. You can call them aliens, AIs, some advanced intelligence, but mass psychosis. I truly believe that when people go to sleep, they have the power to induce the same dreams into everyone's mind. And not everyone's going to wake up remembering those dreams, while some do and some don't. But the ones that do, that's the message they try to send. It's like they have the ability to do stuff like that. I truly believe it.
And another angel came out from the altar, which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, Thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth, and gathered the vine of the earth, and cast it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the winepress even unto the horse bridles, by the space of 1,600 furlongs. Revelation chapter 15. And I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, for in them is filled up the wrath of God. And I saw, as it were, a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten the victory over the beast, and over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name, stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of God.
Now, with this, the way I see it is, the world, the way people are, we're heading towards a direction that is not good for society. It's not good for the future generation. And people are in a state of trance. And the only way to snap us out of it is by having these type of natural disasters, making people appreciate life in a way. And for the ones that survive, that is like that whole experience itself. It's in a way it's sad, but also special to be able to survive all those natural disasters, and a feeling of appreciation for life. And that is when these entities will show up for everyone to see. And people is going to start have this feeling that these entities are so powerful. But yet, these entities are also the ones that cause all the destruction. So it's like they cause destruction to show to the people that survive that they are powerful. And it will make them want to worship these entities. And this, I believe something like this happened during the time of the Bible, and I believe similar event will happen again. It's like a reoccurring event ever so many thousands of years or hundreds of years. But these entities are always in the background doing this, and then they'll show up to glorify themselves.
And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of God, and the song of the Lamb, saying, Great and marvelous are thy works, Lord God Almighty. Just and true are thy ways, thou King of saints. Who shall not fear thee, O Lord, and glorify thy name? For thou only art holy. For all nations shall come and worship before thee. For thy judgments are made manifest. And after that I looked, and behold, the temple of the tabernacle of the testimony in heaven was opened. And the 7 angels came out of the temple, having the 7 plagues, clothed in pure and white linen, and having their breasts girded with golden girdles. And one of the 4 beasts gave unto the 7 angels 7 golden vials, full of the wrath of God, who liveth for ever and ever. And the temple was filled with smoke from the glory of God and from his power. And no man was able to enter into the temple till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were fulfilled. Revelation chapter 16. And I heard a great voice out of the temple, saying to the 7 angels, Go your ways, and pour out the vials of the wrath of God upon the earth. And the first went, and poured out his vial upon the earth. And there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which worshipped his image. And the second angel poured out his vial upon the sea, and it became as the blood of a dead man, and every living soul died in the sea. And the third angel poured out his vial upon the rivers and fountains of waters, and they became blood. And I heard the angel of the waters say, Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art and wast and shalt be, because thou hast judged thus. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy. And I heard another out of the altar say, Even so, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments. And the fourth angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. And men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of God, which hath power over these plagues. And they repented not to give him glory. And the fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and his kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues for pain, and blasphemed the God of heaven, because of their pains and their sores, and repented not of their deeds.
Now notice, only the TIs would, some TIs would understand what's going on with these passage and the way they decipher it. Now, I don't believe a majority of people would actually understand what all this really means. But the TI would go through gang stalking, have certain experience, can subjectively, what I'm telling you is based on my personal experience and the way I see it, so subjective. Subjectively can decipher a certain passage, a certain way. And some of you TI might, listening to me, might think, okay, that kind of makes sense. While other TIs will just have their own way of translating it. That's totally fine. But the book was written by a TI because a TI would have the understanding of what's going on, especially a TI that's receiving voice to skull would hear these voice, a great voice that's talking to these angels. Well, a non-TI wouldn't be able to hear these things. And that non-TI didn't hear those things, wouldn't go on and write a story or write revelation. So does that make sense? So in a way, as us TIs, yes, we have to share our stories. We have to share what our experience are. But not all of us will do that. Not every TI will get that far in this phenomenon. But the ones that do, your journey will, you should already know that something's going on, something special is happening, or there's certain responsibility that you can feel that you need to share with the world.
And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared. And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils, working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world, to gather them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty. Behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked, and they see his shame.
Now, it's very interesting how we talk about working miracles, because Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ was a targeted individual. And based on my experience and understanding, Jesus Christ got dumpster-stained gang stalkers on him 24/7. And these dumpster-stained gang stalkers, these evil entities, I truly believe they have the power to perform miracle. I believe that they definitely perform miracle for Jesus Christ. And they're also the same dumpster saying gang stalkers that got Jesus Christ murdered or got him killed. And I will explain that later on. Once I show you what they look like, it will all make sense. And you will see that these dumpster saying gang stalkers have always been there next to Jesus Christ and manipulating his thoughts and ideas, performing miracles in front of other people, and got him killed.
And he gathered them together into a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon. And the seventh angel poured out his vial into the air, and there came a great voice out of the temple of heaven from the throne, saying, "It is done." And there were voices, and thunders, and lightnings, and there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake, and so great. And the great city was divided into 3 parts, and the cities of the nations fell. And great Babylon came in remembrance before God, to give unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. And every island fled away, and the mountains were not found. And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven, every stone about the weight of a talent. And men blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail. For the plague thereof was exceeding great. Revelation chapter 17. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither. I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness.
Now, before I mentioned the inhabitant of earth, okay, so that's an important part, the inhabitant. To me, that just means these entities, these angels are aliens, and they come from somewhere else. Us humans are on earth. These entities come from somewhere else. And I believe these entities came here, realized that they have power over us, and they made themselves gods. Now, with that being said, I'm not trying to say there's no God, okay? Because someone also created those entities. So, up the ladder, who created who, but these entities made themselves God because they have the power, and they came here and they noticed that we're weaker. They're more advanced. Like I said, the dumpster saying gang stalkers are advanced. They're way more advanced. They control the world. They're in everyone's mind. And as true TIs, we have the awareness that we know something's going on.
And I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou sawest was, and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth, and there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come, and when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful. And he saith unto me, The waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. For God hath put in their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree, and give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. And the woman which thou sawest is that great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth. Revelation chapter 18. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her, double according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double. How much she hath glorified herself, and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death, and mourning, and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God, who judgeth her. And the kings of the earth, who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her, shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city! For in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise any more. The merchandise of gold and silver, and precious stones, and of pearls, and fine linen, and purple, and silk, and scarlet, and all thine wood, and all manner vessels of ivory, and all manner vessels of most precious wood, and of brass, and iron, and marble, and cinnamon, and odors, and ointments, and frankincense, and wine, and oil, and fine flour, and wheat, and beasts, and sheep, and horses, and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men. And the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee, and all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all. The merchants of these things, which were made rich by her, shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing and saying, Alas, alas, that great city, that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught. and every shipmaster, and all the company in ships, and sailors, and as many as trade by sea, stood afar off and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What city is like unto this great city? And they cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, that great city, wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea, by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour is she made desolate. Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God hath avenged you on her. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voice of harpers and musicians, and of pipers and trumpeters, shall be heard no more at all in thee. And no craftsman of whatsoever craft he be shall be found any more in thee. And the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. And in her was found the blood of prophets, and of saints, and of all that were slain upon the earth. Revelation chapter 19. And after these things I heard a great voice of much people in heaven, saying, Alleluia! Salvation and glory and honor and power unto the Lord our God. For true and righteous are his judgments, for he hath judged the great whore, which did corrupt the earth with her fornication, and hath avenged the blood of his servants at her hand. And again they said, Alleluia! And her smoke rose up for ever and ever. And the 24 elders and the 4 beasts fell down and worshipped God that sat on the throne, saying, Amen, Alleluia. And a voice came out of the throne, saying, Praise our God, all ye his servants, and ye that fear him, both small and great. And I heard, as it were, the voice of a great multitude, and as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of mighty thunderings, saying, Alleluia! For the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. Let us be glad and rejoice and give honor to him. For the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready. And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white, for the fine linen is the righteousness of saints. And he saith unto me, Write, Blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. And he saith unto me, These are the true sayings of God. And I fell at his feet to worship him. And he said unto me, See thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren that have the testimony of Jesus. Worship God. For the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. And I saw heaven opened, and behold a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, and he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron. And he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of kings and Lord of lords. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, Come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great God, that ye may eat the flesh of kings, and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. And I saw the beast, and the kings of the earth and their armies, gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse, and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. And the remnant was slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth. And all the fowls were filled with their flesh. Revelation chapter 20. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that he must be loosed a little season.
Now, this part is very, very interesting, okay? Now pay attention to this. So, sealed and cast into a pit. Now, if you think about it, I believe, I may mention that, these spirits and entities are everywhere. Only until recently, okay, with this earthquake in Turkey, but also when a volcano erupts, all that stuff that shoots out, an idea came into my mind, okay, and I know it's from these entities, that whenever the earth opens, okay, because a volcano is like an earth opening up, okay, it's opening up. And the stuff that shoots out of it, it also could be these older spirits that were trapped and now released into the environment. Because I never mentioned this before, but I believe it's a bad idea for people to start digging the ground up and going into these ruins and opening up areas that have not been opened for a long time, because each time these places are opened, whatever's trapped inside, okay, these spirits that are trapped inside, now they're out. And since they're old and they've been trapped, now that they're out, what would they do? And how would they interact with humans? Well, it's not going to be something that's in a professional way, I would imagine, because they've been trapped for so long. They're not going to all of a sudden start picking up manners and behave a certain ways. They're going to behave like evil, like something demonic, that type of personality. So that's only a theory. I can't prove it, but it just makes sense to me as a theory. And if you don't believe in spirits or these entities, then I guess what I just said, it doesn't make any sense to you at all. But that to me is just, you have not had the experience yet. Because these type of entities, these spirits are very real. They are here in the physical with us. And they do manipulate people and manipulate our behaviors.
And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Jesus and for the word of God, and which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands. And they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. but the rest of the dead lived not again until the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. And such the second death hath no power. But they shall be priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city. And fire came down from God out of heaven, and devoured them. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and shall be tormented day and night, forever and ever. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God. And the books were opened. And another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged every man according to their works. Death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Revelation chapter 21. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow, nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. And he that sat upon the throne said, Behold, I make all things new. And he said unto me, Write, for these words are true and faithful. And he said unto me, It is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely.
Now, this part is quite important because this is why I always try to tell you TIs out there, you have to reach the understanding that voice to skull is communicating with you, especially the lower voice to skull. But you will not find lower voice to skull if you don't recognize voice to skull. And a lot of TIs out there are still confused at what's happening, and they do not realize that they're receiving lower voice to skull and voice to skull on a daily basis. Now, that the ones that do receive voice to skull and understand lower voice to skull, you will have your own journey. But what's missing is the image. It's what do they look like? And once you realize what they look like, your mind will understand the things that happened to you in the past and the information you take in. A lot of it will start becoming clear to you. Maybe some of the information you thought it was true in the past doesn't really fit in now anymore, because now you know what they look like. And now everything, this whole new chapter, this whole new story moving forward in life is just going to change now. So the only thing missing from this entire puzzle is the way that these gang stalkers, the way that these entities, these angels, like, what do they look like? And I will show you in April. So in 2 months, sorry, my cats are going crazy. In 2 months from now, you will know. And I hope by then, the TIs out there, you can figure out you're receiving voice to skull. Because you really need it to understand you're actually in communication with these entities. Now, the communication is not a good one, but that's only based on my experience. You might have a good communication with them, but just be careful of, don't believe everything they tell you, because I mentioned before, don't trust them. Because just because you know what they look like, you still don't know who are telling the truth. And if you don't know who's telling the truth, then you're going to have to treat them all the same. And I treat them all as evil. Because they can also, okay, even the devil can tell lies, and the devil can play the good guy. The devil can be the good cop. See, just because the devil doesn't mean it always have to be bad. The devil can play good, because the devil's objective is to get to whatever he wants to do to you as a TI. So it's, you can't trust them. But to move on to the next level is to know what they look like, and that will just changes everything. And you will have a whole new journey.
He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. But the fearful.
And notice in the Bible, it doesn't talk about what they look like. And it's up to interpretation, and people tend to draw them as human figures. Well, guess what? When my dumpster saying gang stalkers communicate with me through voice to skull, I also recognize that when they communicate, they also try to send me an image of what looks to be a human shaped person. So try to make me see them as a human shape, even though I'm receiving voice to skull. So the people that draws these angels, the people that paint them and draw them, or human shaped, or the devil looks like with horns. Let me tell you, the devil is not what you think of the devil as, what modern day people will imagine. The devil is not like that. The devil is very pretty. I will show you what the devil looks like. The devil is nothing like that. But the devil can definitely send the thoughts into your mind in an image of what it wants you to envision the devil to be. Same goes for angels.
And unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. And there came unto me one of the 7 angels, which had the 7 vials full of the 7 last plagues, and talked with me, saying, Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. And her light was like unto a stone most precious, even like a jasper stone, clear as crystal, and had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city and the gates thereof and the wall thereof. And the city lieth 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is, of the angel. And the building of the wall of it was of jasper. And the city was pure gold, like unto clear glass. And the foundations of the wall of the city were garnished with all manner of precious stones. The first foundation was jasper, the second sapphire, the third a chalcedony, the fourth an emerald, the fifth sardonyx, the sixth sardius, the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, the ninth a topaz, the 10th a chrysoprasus, the 11th a jacinth, the 12th an amethyst. And the 12 gates were 12 pearls. Every several gate was of 1 pearl, and the street of the city was pure gold, as it were transparent glass. And I saw no temple therein, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are the temple of it. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor into it. And the gates of it shall not be shut at all by day, for there shall be no night there. And they shall bring the glory and honor of the nations into it.
I just want to stop there. I find it interesting how it mentioned all those different stones, sapphire and chardonnay, and a bunch of other ones, amethyst. So it kind of interesting to me that how, we all kind of believe that these stones have certain powers, and it's fascinating. Even the Bible talked about different stones. And if you start researching these stones, you're going to find it amazing, the history and what people believe the power that these stones have. So maybe there is something there. Maybe it is good to wear some jewelries with certain stones. Who knows? But just the power, right? Just believing in it, your mind believing these stones have power and it can help you, that belief in itself is very powerful. So it's a good thing.
And there shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination or maketh a lie, but they which are written in the Lamb's book of life.
And notice how I mentioned it's a good thing for these to have these stones, if you believe in it. That is like planting a seed. It's a good seed. It's like your own spiritual protection, because the power of believing is very important. If you don't have the power of believing in it, then it's like you're missing a piece of your armor. And spiritually, it's good to have these different good seed to increase your protection. It's like your own personal spiritual protection, your own shield against evil thoughts, negativity, and bad ideas.
Revelation chapter 22. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. And there shall be no more curse, but the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him. And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And there shall be no night there, and they need no candle, neither light of the sun. For the Lord God giveth them light, and they shall reign for ever and ever. And he said unto me, These sayings are faithful and true. And the Lord God of the holy prophets sent his angel to show unto his servants the things which must shortly be done. Behold, I come quickly. Blessed is he that keepeth the sayings of the prophecy of this book. And I, John, saw these things and heard them. And when I had heard and seen, I fell down to worship before the feet of the angel which showed me these things. Then saith he unto me, See thou do it not. For I am thy fellow servant, and of thy brethren the prophets, and of them which keep the sayings of this book. Worship God. And he saith unto me, Seal not the sayings of the prophecy of this book, for the time is at hand. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still, and he which is filthy, let him be filthy still, and he that is righteous, let him be righteous still, and he that is holy, let him be holy still. And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me to give every man according as his work shall be. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city. For without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters, and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. And the Spirit and the bride say, Come. And let him that heareth say, Come. And let him that is athirst come. And whosoever will, let him take the water of life freely. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. He which testifieth these things saith, Surely I come quickly. Amen. Even so come, Lord Jesus. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen.
Now, this is a great example of what I mentioned before, how the Bible, there's not everything in it are good. And on this part right here, okay, it mentioned how it's almost like a threat, a fear to the person, anyone who write about the book in a, try to explain it a certain way that's not what the book is mentioned. It's like, I don't believe God, because I believe God is, to me, a God would be love and compassion, because it's so powerful. It wouldn't care about these little things. As long as you're a good person, and when you're a good person, you don't have evil thoughts, you don't think negative of other people, you don't think worse for other people. If you're that person, that's all that matters. And I don't see why God would want to have something like this. Like this part, very top part right here, it's like a fear. And I think this part has a lot to do with the lower voice to skull, because the person writing this, that person was also, whatever that person's writing, the thought that comes in was also part of the lower voice to skull. So in a way, it's like these entities, one, they can play God, and two, they can also guide us into thinking a certain way, and they also manipulate what we write. And there's more than one entity. So that's why I mentioned that it's very important for us TIs to recognize what are good thoughts and what are negative thoughts. And this is important because it's not just one entity that's in communication with us. There are many, many different entities. And it's very easy that for us to listen to all these entities, And that's why that would explain why people have different moods. Because we're receiving thoughts and ideas from all these entities, and they're all different in a way with personality and the way they behave. And that would explain why humans have a range of different moods and mood behaviors. And since we're receiving these communication from them, how can we tell who to listen to? Well, my advice is just listen to the good thoughts. I mean, that's all you can do, right? We can't prevent them from sending us thoughts. So the best thing for us to do is just listen to the good ones. And that takes practice. And it's like a lifetime of practice because they're constantly communicating, and you're going to get some negative entities out there communicating with you. And if you don't know that you're receiving negative thoughts from these entities, then you're kind of going back and forth as like a person, the way you think. So it's important to recognize these thoughts that are coming in. So what I'm trying to say is this part of the Bible, this very top part right here, I believe that it was an entity using lower voice to skull, kind of putting the fear into the writer to write it. Because the revelation, okay, it's very dark in a way. It's lots of fear in it. It's very dark. It's almost like we're gonna do this to you. It's like putting the fear into the people's mind. They're making people behave a certain way. I mean, it is full of fear. If you think about it, lots of scary stuff. Lots of, oh, what's gonna happen because you did this, and we're gonna punish you by earthquake and all this stuff. People's gonna die. Trees gonna burn. I mean, just a lot of evil stuff in there, and it doesn't feel like it's words of Christ or a word of from something that's loving and compassionate. That's just how I see it. I might be wrong. Maybe it's just a book to punish people. I mean, the message needs to come out somehow. But at least I want to identify that the ideas in it, the passage, it's quite dark, and it's a form of fear. So the only thing you can really do is just try to be a good person. If you're a good person, you don't think negative, then there's really nothing for you to worry about. That's really is the bottom line. What is there to worry about if you're a good person? Nothing. You just gotta be yourself. Be a good person. I mean, that's come naturally who you are. Then there's really nothing for you to worry about. I mean, there will be moments in time when we have situations where we feel like we don't deserve it, But that's just part of life. Things goes up and down. But that's only a very small moment in time that something's not working out for you, and we all have those. But if you look at the big picture on a grand scale, I mean, it's not limited by these small moments. I mean, overall, things should be good for you. Okay, I'm gonna read the comments, but I want to just take a 2-3 minute break, and I'll be right back. And I'll read the comments, and I will end the live stream. So while we wait, I guess I will play something. And now I will release my 39th out of 40 in the True Truth of Gang Stalking series this weekend. And once that's out, there's only one more video. And that's the video I will show you the faces of these gang stalkers. And that will be video number 40. And once that's out, then that series is done. So I do have a book that will be coming out. And I'm not going to promote the book or nothing. It's not even going to be in the same title. But I just wanted to let the TI community, the people know that I will show you what the gang stalkers look like. And once that's out, then moving forward, it's up to you guys to believe it or not, because really, I have an idea, for the last 2 years uploading these videos, I have an idea of which TIs are at where and where in the journey, kind of like what kind of journey they're going through. So I already have an idea of who's who. And good for you, for those that are going through that type of journey. Okay, I'm not gonna name names. Some of you might know who you are, but for the ones that don't believe in it, or don't understand it, or don't want to understand it, then you're just not ready. And hopefully you will become ready one day. But once I show you what these gang stalkers look like, there's really nothing else that you can really go after, other than maybe trying to spread the message or understand how they are the way they are and where they come from, or try to invent something to be able to see them, okay? Be able to see them wherever you go, because they are here in the physical. The technology is already out there, okay? For instance, I made a video about how using the Microsoft Connect, okay? That camera, that device can capture these entities. So it's possible the technology is out there, but Microsoft abandoned that program. And I wonder why. Okay, maybe not making money, but I also believe that that program itself have the potential of inventing something that can see these entities all the time. And only by seeing them all the time, that's when the real research will begin. Because out of sight, out of mind. We don't see them, we don't think about them. They don't talk to us, we don't care about them. And if we can see them, then yeah, people is gonna want to know more. People is gonna want to find out more. People want to learn it and wants to understand what they are and where they come from and their abilities. So seeing is believing, and that's why in video 40 is very important for me to show you, what they are. And that's is the grand finale. And that's why I am confident that I will convince a lot of you. And I already know some of you out there will kind of be like, not sure. And some of you will maybe watch a little bit of it and just switch videos. That's because you're not ready. But the ones that are ready, I know you're going to watch from beginning to end, and you're going to understand it. And it's going to make sense to you. And from after that, you will definitely be elevated, and you'll be going on a completely different direction moving forward. And I hope you're excited, because I've been waiting. I've been holding my tongue for a long time. I want to say a lot of things, but I just been holding my tongue for a long time, because that's just the way my story is going. That's the way my journey is. And I purposely, plan to slowly let you guys know what what's going on based on my own personal experience in hopes of gaining trust and gaining credibility. It's been 2 years now, so we're heading towards that moment in time where I will show you what they look like. And once I show you, I can finally talk openly. I can just say what I want to say and not have to hold back. And I'm excited about that. So now I want to play a video because I want to take a little break before I read the comment. And I'm looking for it right now. Give me a second. So here we go. Let me see here. Now, I'm just going to play this as I take a few minute break, okay? 5-10 minutes. So I hope you guys will stick around. And if you're going to leave, that's fine. Thank you for joining me. And thank you for your support. So here we go. So I'll be taking a 5-minute break. I'll be back. A 10-minute break. I'll be back. So I will start this documentary off with Elon Musk. He's sitting there in a roundtable chat. Usual, just common, normal. But now look at this. If you look at these 6 people, what do you notice? Well, if you pay attention to the guy on the left side in the middle, you look at him. Do you notice some whitish, grayish tint type of mist next to his face? I'm going to zoom in on that. Right here. Notice that tint on the right side of his face. You see it? This is something you want to pay attention to. And here's a photo of me from a few days last week. Notice it on my right side of my face, how that mist looking tint is there. And now this is a survivor contestant. Notice his right side of his face. Notice that whitish tint. Here's a YouTube content creator. Notice it in his background in the upper right corner. Here is another content creator. Notice above his head that mist grayish color. And here it's another content creator. I want to make sure I'm showing you guys this. When I recorded this was in 1080p HD. And notice how dense the that mist is inside her car with her. Here's a photo of an interview. Notice behind the lady on the upper right corner, you see the same mist. Here's a YouTube content creator. Same. Notice the mist is all around his head. Here's another content creator. Notice the mist in the background by the window. Notice the mist inside the car of this lady. Here's another one. This one is really dense and concentrated. Look at how heavy the mist is by the light. It's very concentrated. To me, that just means there's a lot inside this room. Notice above her head, the same thing. This is a YouTube content creator, and notice the same. The mist is right behind him. And in front of him. Here's another one. Now pay attention to the car, to the light. Now, do you see it? You see the mist? Everything looks clear until a certain angle when the sun hits it. Sorry, everybody. Now this is a music video. Tadao. Notice this guy's head. Notice above him there's the same mist. So this is actually in a music video. Now here's a parking lot scene. Now this parking lot, notice how it's everywhere inside this parking lot. Here we go, another train station scene. Notice right here in front where the lights are. Notice how concentrated this mist is. It's on the entire platform of this train station. Here's a video of an explorer. Now, as he walked into this abandoned building, look at this mist inside the building right here by the window. See that? I hope you're actually starting to understand. Okay, here's one of Justin Timberlake in this music video, and this mist actually moved towards his head. Here's a different perspective. One that's chilling inside of a shed or outdoor storage place, barn. Look at it, how it's just like chilling there. Now let's zoom in on it. Look at it. It's just hanging out. And this mist, if you zoom in even closer, look at this photo. Look at it. It looks like there's squares and rectangles and lines. It's almost like a simulation, like a computer, something that's computer and it was created, but it's just chilling there. And I see squares and lines and rectangles like stacked on top of each other. So that to me just tells me something very advanced, and I believe it's us humans, we have not even reached to that level yet of understanding what's going on. And like I always tell you guys, the gang stalkers are in charge of the entire world. The gang stalkers runs all the government. And I also tell you guys, everybody's a TI because everybody can be manipulated by these gang stalkers. But don't be confused. What I'm showing you now, Electric Mist, they are not the gang stalkers. But I believe this is where that directed energy weapon attack is caused by this Electric Mist. Here's a night shot of my driveway of this light, and notice how concentrated this mist is. Here's a zoom in. Look at it. Look how dense that is. There's a lot of mist right there. But it's the entire space. Okay, here it's a portable that I have on this property. And I went in there one night and I decided to take some photos. And notice how the white mist is inside the portable. Looks eerie, right? Now notice how it spreads out. It looks like it's spread out across the room. Now, based on my personal experience and research, I've seen with my own eyes in footage, this mist, it looks spread out, but I've seen it come together and shift into a human ghost figure. And then it shape shift back into this mist and just kind of spread out. So I believe this mist can actually come together and become more concentrated, and you would actually be able to see a shape of a person if it wants to show you. Because I have seen it on my property 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Literally. Not over 10 times, but 5 to 10 times I've seen this white ghost here on my property. And let me tell you, they are fast. Why are they fast? Well, you'll see here. I'll explain to you. Now pay attention to the middle of the screen. See that flying across from right to left? See that object flying right there in the middle of the screen now? It's going really fast, covering a lot of distance. I'm going to zoom in on it. Watch. From right to left. Here we go. See how fast that thing's moving? This is during a Japanese earthquake tsunami. Now, earthquake tsunami in 2011. Now, this entity, I've seen it move very fast. And I believe it uses the wind. So it's kind of like going along with the wind. That's what I believe in. Can I prove it? No, I can't. But I know it has energy. It can go against the wind, but they don't have energy to do it consistently or constantly, but they can do it for temporarily. Or they could just go along with the wind and just let the wind take it, because it's light. It's very light. So even if by me walking by it, I believe it actually just walking by it, it's enough wind for it to carry it further than ahead of me. If that make any sense.
As soon as
here's another very famous video during the same earthquake tsunami in Japan. And what you're about to see is exactly what I've seen on my property a few times. You see this ghost, human shaped looking thing jump out of water. And it went up to the rooftop. And it disappeared. Now, I believe what's going on there is these mists, if they focus and concentrate and gather together, it's like combining energy. And that's what created the ability to actually go against the wind, against the water current, and just go straight up onto the rooftop to get itself out of danger. And then once it was out of danger, it spread out. So it's like no longer using their energy. You see what I'm saying? Because they use the wind to move. So all of a sudden they need to go a direction was kind of against the wind. That's when they come together and use their energy and combine energy and just to jump up. And once they get onto the roof, now they spread apart to conserve energy and just use the wind. It's like letting go of the gas pedal of your car to kind of just let it cruise so you don't burn as much gas. Same effect. And you will only step on the gas pedal again if you need to go faster. Try to pass the yellow light before it turns red. Notice how it was concentrated as soon as it jumped high enough. I think it was high enough to get to another building. It immediately separated to conserve energy. There is a definition of mist. So mist and fog, the only two difference are just the distance of visibility. So with mist, you can see further than fog. Look how eerie that looks. See that? The guy on the tractor. Okay, where did he go? Where's the guy on the tractor? Okay. As he's moving along, see that's the mist is around him? See, the mist is around the guy. But his perspective, his point of view would look just like this. Kind of clear. Notice how clear? But look at the mist, it's all around him. And that's not dust from the tractor. I mean, there is dust, but the mist is also there. Hey guys, so right now is 3:30 p.m. I made a video this morning at 9 a.m. And now look at these electric mist. It's still there. Not as strong as this morning, but it's still there. See that? See that mist? You see the mist? It's been 6.5 hours. The mist is just chilling. But if you look over to the mountain, it's a lot stronger. See that? But just to remind you, it looks like it's far away, but it's not. It's all around me right now. So don't be fooled. It looks like it's in the distance, but it's not. It's actually next to me. And it's next to you. Look at that. stretched for literally 50 miles of these mist. But notice how as I'm driving into the mist, everything looks clear. But in the distance, it looks like you can't see anything, or you can barely see anything. But as I'm driving into it, it's clear. This footage, it was the next day. I was driving home from work. It was somewhere in the afternoon. And this day, it was very heavy. This mist was heavy. And like I always tell you guys, there's more ghosts on this planet than living humans. And they are everywhere. Now, I will show you around the globe of the electric mist. And it's there every day in plain sight. Here's a photo of Antarctica. Look in the background. Same mist. So it's from there all the way to the front of the camera. Here's Norvik, Alaska, this town. Look at the mist. It's everywhere. Here's Fraser, British Columbia, Canada. Look at the mist. Pay attention to the background. Here's another photo of a skier doing tricks. Look at the mountains. Look how dense that mist is. Here's a photo of Hanuman National Park in Norway. Here's another photo from a different vantage point. And look how far this mist is. Here, these Alaskan islands. You see the mist right there, where each island has. Okay, here's another photo of Antarctica with some penguins. But look at the background. Look at that mist. Here's a image in Colorado. And just pay attention to the background. Look at the mountain in the mist. Independence, California. Look on both sides of this valley. The mist is on both sides. Here's a Mesones, Muro, Peru. See that in the background? In this photo in South Africa. So it's important to also realize, I had someone made a comment about humidity. And at first I thought about that as well. Humidity. And so I did some research looking into it, and I started to notice, okay, well, higher humidity and lower humidity, like near the equator, and higher humidity, in the North and South Pole. So I decided to look at those areas, and that's why I try to get a good perspective on all these different places with different humidities. And this electric mist is there. Here's the Sahara Desert in Egypt. Notice how the mist is in the background and it's not a sandstorm, because look how clear the front is. And look at the background. It's mist. Here's the Yosemite National Park, California. Same thing, electric mist. Here's looking out from a watchtower at the Great Wall of China. And you notice the mist. Here's a zoom in view. Look at the mountains. Look at the background of these mountains. The same thing. Somewhere else in China, I believe, near the Great Wall. Strong mist. Here's Africa, Central Africa, and you see the same mist, and there's low humidity there. There's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, high humidity, same mist. This is somewhere in Mexico, and you see the same thing. This mist is everywhere. There's Panama. Spokane, Washington. There's a rope walker in Yosemite. Notice this mist is just everywhere, and it's something that people needs to pay attention to, because I know where you live, you have the same thing, but you just never pay attention to it. Look at this. It's 360 degrees everywhere. Mexico City, Mexico. Houston, Texas. Colombia. Now notice how dense this mist is. Certain location, I notice, have more concentrated mist. And usually these are the locations with a long history of civilization, really old cultures, or places that are more ancient. Places like that, like even in Europe, Europe has really strong mist, because I believe Europe, there's just lots of ghosts there. And so the older the location, I've noticed, the heavier the mist. And they don't just linger there. They actually migrate. They move. They can actually migrate and move. It's almost like an army of ghosts will just go into a region for maybe a day or two, who knows? And some will leave and some will stay. And they are just everywhere. There's an image in Greenland. Notice way back there in those mountains, same myths. This is a screenshot of the gang stalking documentary from Vice News. Notice everywhere by the RV. Here's an aerial shot. Notice how far this mist reach out into the mountains. And usually, I'll tell you, from my experience, the mountains are the most haunted places. And there's Las Vegas. Look at the background. Here's another shot of Las Vegas. Look at the background. See the mist? Everywhere you go, they are there. There's no way for you to get away from it, because it's already basically it reaches every square inch of earth, I believe, even out in the ocean. Now, do you start to notice the pattern, how this is practically on every continent? And that's why I always tell you, what's going on with gang stalking. It's the gang stalkers are advanced, but there's just not enough information in researching about them, because what we're experiencing, okay, some of us TIs whom are receiving voice to skull, that experience itself it's the same as a paranormal medium, a psychic medium, one of those medium that can hear spirits. What they're that action, that experience alone is the same as a TI receiving voice to skull. But the difference of these two is just the ghost itself. So if a group of ghosts are nice and they're just communicating like normal, then that TI would go through the experience of more peaceful elevation of just believing it's just a psychic medium. If the ghost is really bad and bully like, then the TI would start experiencing what TIs in the gang stalking community would experience, which is a lot of fear and confusion and drifting in life, basically, and attacks. So it all depends on the group of ghosts that's communicating with the target. So if us TIs, we actually have a good experience, then we would most likely don't even think of this as gang stalking. We will see it as we are enlightened people we're psychic mediums. That's what V2K is. And in one of my videos, I mentioned that we are being targeted because we can hear voice to skull. We can hear it very well. And for those of you TIs out there whom are just in the earlier stage and have not experienced or understand voice to skull, well, I already explained how to identify it in my videos. And that's just my method, and it works for me. That's how I have my experience. And most likely it will work the same for you, but I don't know if it will. But you are receiving voice to skull. But those bully gang stalking ghosts just have not revealed itself to you yet. Because by keeping you in the dark of not knowing you're receiving voice to skull, you're actually going to believe your own thoughts or all yours. Now, don't be scared, okay, if the thoughts are yours or not. All you have to do is identify if they're positive or negative thoughts. If they're negative thoughts, you're in charge, you're in control, you're in the driver's seat. You can stop those negative thoughts as soon as it comes in. And that takes practice. So if it's a positive thought that'll benefit your life and people around you, or make you do good things, make you more successful and not hurt anyone or inflict no pain to other people, then those positive thoughts, you should just let it in. Just let those positive thoughts in. But if you're having negative thoughts, then you can practice on blocking the negative thoughts. And it's not going to just all of a sudden you're going to get good at it in a month or two. It's going to take time. It's going to take years. It's going to be a lifelong thing that you have to do. And it'll get easier. So just no fear mentality. That's the number one thing you have to remember. No fear. Okay, now, so some of you might think, oh, that is just chemtrail residue, right? All the chemtrail in the sky and how it spreads over the sky and it comes down and just chilling there, just chemtrail. And chemtrail just being blown all over the planet. Or, oh, space debris, like blowing up satellites and all that debris just falling back down onto Earth, and now just kind of all these little particles, right? All the human industry, like making products, recycling, and all the fire, a bunch of random stuff. Basically, all these human created particles stuck on this planet. I mean, that's what some of you skeptics out there would most likely use as an argument. And I thought about the same thing. And that's when I started to think about, okay, I need to research further back in time and let's see if it's there. Because if I say, if you go back in time 200 years ago, would you agree that there's no chemtrail 200 years ago? Would you agree that 200 years ago there was no industrial manufacturing plant creating all these products, releasing all these like byproduct chemical into the sky, and no satellite to shoot down, so there's no space debris everywhere. So 200 years ago, would you agree that there shouldn't be chemtrail, none of these particles? So when I looked into it, and this is what I found. Now this is a photo from Ansel Adams, he's a famous photographer from Soledad, California, 1958. Notice the mist in the background in 1958. And you can tell it's the mist because of that tint. It's like a layer, like a strange grayish filter. Here's a Golden Gate before the bridge from Ansel Adams. And look in the far distance of those mountains. Look in the middle. And I'm going to zoom in. See the mist? You still see the mist on that mountain way in the distance. Here's a photo of World War II, 1945. Notice the mist in the background. So 1930s Poland, just people waiting in line. And notice the mist. It's all over the street. Here's another photo from Ansel Adams, 1930s, Owens Valley. Look in the background. Notice all that mist in the background. Here's 1920s downtown Los Angeles. Look down the street. You see the mist? It's 1920s San Diego. Look at the mountains. You see the mist? This is 1929. I believe this guy was working on a building, skyscraper in New York. Look at the mist. Here's a Central Park. And look how concentrated the mist is on that day, or was on that day. It's an early 1900 photo. Look at the building in the background. Notice that layer of mist. Now we're going back into the late 1900s now. Notice the mist in the background. Here's a painting from 1955. Even the artist of this painting was able to see the mist in the background. Notice this mist right here in the middle, this filter, this grayish, bluish filter. Here's a 1938 London. Now this is actually a photo. Look at the background, the trees. See the layer of mist? Here's 1838 Boulevard du Temple in Paris, France. Look down the street. See the mist? Now, so those were the earliest photos. So what's beyond that, what's earlier than that is just drawings, paintings. And now if you look at this painting from the 1700s, this scenic painting, notice the background of the mountains, the same mist. Now I can comfortably believe that during that time there was no chemtrails. During that time there was no space debris, and during that time there was no giant industrial plant making things all day long. During that time, that mist is still there. Here's a different painting, 1700s. Look at the background. See the mist in the background? Here's a classical landscape scene from Italy, 1700s, and look far in the background, the distance. Same mist. Here's another one. Look at that port. Look at the mist over the port. And notice how this artist, the way the artist painted this, notice how in the closer to the artist, it's very clear. Just like the same perspective that I was showing you, how it looks clear in front of me, but when I zoom into the distance, it was grayish tint. Same here in this painting, how clear. So this artist at the time was seeing the same thing, that is clear in front of him, but in the distance, there was a grayish tint, a mist. But in reality, this mist is actually everywhere, even around the artist. Just like how in that video I was driving to work and you can see the mist very strong up ahead, but as I get to that spot, it looks clear. Same concept. Same thing in 1600s. There's 1600s in France, or the artist is 1600 France. But here's another one from the 1500s. Notice the background. That mist is still there. And these artists back then, they were able to see it with their eyes. And that's why after watching this video, when you go outside, pay attention to it. Look far into the distance. The best way to identify is when there's a backdrop, like a mountain, because that creates the contrast. But if you live somewhere, let's say, with just no mountain, just all like flat land, then it might be harder for you to see it. But if you pay attention to it, you'll start being able to identify it, because I'm sure you can see it at home in your house. If you just turn on the light tends to be able to shine through it or identify it. So if you're a true TI and you're watching this because you are dealing with gang stalking, you're gonna see this inside your home. But you just, maybe you notice it, but you don't know what it is, so you don't put much thought into it. And now, after watching this video, I hope, well, actually, I don't even hope, I already know that you will start identifying it, because I just planted a seed into your mind. And this seed is not a bad seed, because these are facts. I'm showing you facts. I'm showing you things that you can see with your own eyes. So there's no speculation. There's no who it is, what it is, if it is. What I'm showing you are real facts that you see with your own eyes. And you have it in your home. I have it in my home. The whole world's got this. And I know it might seem kind of hard to accept the information right now for some of you, but it's okay. As long as you are getting this information, it will help you, because it'll help you click later on when you experience something else and there's just something just clicks in your head, and all of a sudden these things start making sense. And I know a lot of TIs out there, you're not as fortunate to be able to see a ghost in white on your property, because they don't really show themselves. That's why throughout the history, these ghosts are able to be under the radar, because they don't really show themselves. But here on my property, I've seen it with my own eyes. And they can move. And they can touch and grab onto things. And you just need to remember, no fear. Because if you want to defend yourself, and you want to maybe even create offensive attack on them, you are stronger because you actually have a body. They are one up on you because you don't know what they are. But now that I share with you, now all of a sudden I just given you extra defense. because it correlates with what I'm telling you in my videos, that they are in the physical world. They're in the physical, right? The gang stalkers are in the physical, but don't get confused. What I'm showing you right now, I don't believe they're the gang stalkers, even though they have the ability like the gang stalkers. But I believe this ghost entity is being controlled by the gang stalkers. And the gang stalkers, I will show you in video 40. And going back to my videos of how I share, oh, you can slap your gang stalkers, right? Yes, you can slap your gang stalkers. And yes, if these ghosts like to show themselves, you can also slap it. They're always around you, so you can slap it. But let me tell you, they are everywhere. And they travel with you. And how do they travel with you? They anchor themselves into your clothing. You wear a shirt, you wear pants. Well, when you put that pants on, the shirt on, they're already, imagine a thin layer surrounding your whole body, and it's already coated your whole body as you put the pants on, you put your shirt on. And so they're already inside your garment, but then they're also on the outside of your garment. And one of the main spot they like to really clamp onto you is inside your lungs. So that it now imagine, like, you know how that mist, it's like air, it's like everywhere. You only saw it in the photo, right? So if you didn't see that in the photo, in the photos I show you, you probably wouldn't think anything of it. But since it's a shapeshifter, it can spread itself and come together. It's able to go into your lungs. As you inhale, it can actually go into your lungs. And as you exhale, it can actually come back out. And if you inhale with your nose, it can go up through your nostril. Or it can, if you plug both, you're wearing a mask, right? Most of us are wearing masks. You put a mask on, it can still get inside through your ears. Because in your ears, there's actually a passage to your nose. I know it's weird, but they can actually still get in through your ears, or they can just even hang out inside your ears. Yes, I know it sounds strange. And it took me over 2 years until this day. I'm still, when I talk about it, it's still out of this world. But that's just what it is. I mean, look at any insect on the ground. Aren't they kind of out of this world? When you look at an insect, I mean, when 100 years ago, we talk about flying in the sky, that just sounded like out of the world. But now we have planes, we can fly in the sky. Same goes for this. The world's been kept in the dark. And now I'm showing you a path. And this path will get broader and broader as we move forward into the future, because more people is going to be jumping onto this path and walking along it. And they are going to share their knowledge and their information, because it's just, it's almost feel like it's pre-written. Like events are pre-written and they're going to unfold like the way they were written. Here's a photo, 1830s Germany. Look down this street. Notice the mist. So this is 1830. This is 200 years ago. Look at the mist. It's still there. And like I said, notice how clear it is in the front. See, if it's really heavy fog, you wouldn't be able to take a photo like this. Like heavy fog, you take a photo and you see the fog really up close. But notice how clear near the camera And as you go away from the camera, you notice the mist. Now, this is going to be a bonus footage I'm going to show you guys. And if you're still watching this video now, good for you. Because as a TI, you have a responsibility to spread the message around the world. And I will lead you to your goal. And you don't have to change your career, but at least the people you interact with, you can actually spread a message, a positive message, and actually let them know what's happening. Let them know why people commit suicide. I'll tell you, I'll share something with you. I believe all suicides are not caused by the individual, but are manipulated by these spirits. Now, and I say this is because I'll tell you this. A human, a person, do not sit there and think about how to kill themselves. A person do not sit there and then try to write a manuscript or write a what was that word? Manifesto about why they want to kill themselves and this is their last message to their family. I mean, to sit there with a piece of paper and a pen to write that out, to think that out, a person will not do this. But a person can be manipulated into doing it if there was something else telling the person. So a person watching TV is not going to start all of a sudden being consumed by suicidal thoughts. A person that's going to work will not start being consumed by suicidal thoughts or have random suicidal thoughts throughout the day. Even when we're struggling in life, we still won't have suicidal thoughts because that's not within our nature to kill ourselves. Like, we are designed to survive. And there are people out there who are vulnerable where they just don't understand that when they receive suicidal thoughts, they're just being attacked by these evil entities. And all the person's got to do is put some energy into it and block out those negative thoughts. And it's also good to tell yourself something positive after you block it. Because if you don't do anything and you're receiving these thoughts, this evil entity is going to realize that your mind is weak. And this evil entity is going to manipulate your mind. And whenever this entity sends you thoughts, that individual receiving it, if the mind is weak, is going to believe it's his or her own thoughts. And this entity will never show itself because as long as it doesn't reveal its voice to skull, that individual receiving these messages would just believe it's him or her thinking about killing him or herself. But as soon as the entity reveals itself through voice to skull, then that individual would know, whoa, someone else is telling me to kill myself, instead of being that person thinking about killing him or herself. You see the difference? So that's why these evil spirits, they prefer not to reveal themselves through voice to skull, because they've already been talking to you through voice to skull, and you've already been listening to them, and you've been thinking that the way that they want you to think, and you've been believing, or actually not even believing, you actually don't even realize a lot of those negative thoughts. Well, I would say all negative thoughts are not your thoughts. If the information clicked, what I just told you, once it clicked in your mind, you have gotten so much better against these entities. But if the information I just shared with you have not clicked in your mind yet, it's okay. It might click tomorrow. It might click next month or next year. But once now the information's in your mind, your defense have gotten stronger. You might not understand it, but I understand it. And right now, if you're thinking, if this during this whole video you've been doubting me, you've been going against what I'm saying, you've been playing the devil's advocate, that is because that spirit, that gang stalker next to you, don't like what I'm sharing with you. That's why you're receiving negative thoughts. You see, I do not get money for making these videos. My passion is driven by what I experience in gang stalking. And I know what I know, and I have a responsibility to share with the community. And if I want to make money off of YouTube, gang stalking is the worst, one of the worst subject to make money on YouTube. That's a fact. If I want to make money on YouTube, I wouldn't pick gang stalking. I'll pick top 10 best places to vacation, top 10 best TV, top 10 best newest gadgets, unboxing the newest Samsung, unboxing the newest Sony, unboxing the newest, most expensive item, or getting a Louis Vuitton bag every week, film it, and return it. There's way better subjects out there to make money. If I want to make money on YouTube, I don't need to start a gang stalking channel to try to get subscribers and make money. No one's paying me. You guys are not paying me. Definitely no government's paying me. But why do you believe it's the government? It's because it's working against you. The spirits are telling you this and you're falling for it. It's okay. I was there. But I'm out of it. And now I'm trying to show you guys the path. Now this next footage, it's by chance that I stumble upon it, because anyone that's watching that footage will not realize what they saw, or will not even able to identify it. But I can, because I have experience in identifying these things. And this is a very important footage. It's a lady at the beach filming, doing a selfie video. And, you know, by the beach is windy. And you can see it, the wind actually pushes that ghost in white, try to push it away because the wind's so strong. And this ghost, you see this ghost actually spread apart, and someone was able to cling onto her head. I'm going to show you. Here we go. You're going to pay attention to the left side of the screen where this ghost was being blown away. It's behind the camera. It's just being blown away. Here we go. Here it comes. Right now. See, notice that grayish tint? Notice the ghost being blown away. You see it spreads apart? Now you see the grayish tint right now, all of a sudden all concentrated on the right side of her face. Look at her face. Notice the right side of her face is more like, has a tint than the other side. Now I'm going to go back one more time. Here we go. Look at that. See, anyone watching this will not even pick that up. But when I saw it, I couldn't believe it. So if you're starting to go through a phase where you're having doubts about able to get rid of them, you can definitely get rid of them. And they are in the physical. And let me tell you something. You can catch them. If any TIs out there who's still watching this, if you're like a warrior spirit type of TI, then you need to contact me, because maybe we can start something where the one that have the passion for it can actually go trap and capture these spirits, these evil spirits. Maybe even might start a trend, because these things are in the physical. Now, this footage is here on my property 2 years ago. I have no explanation for it. When I show it to other people, they're just saying, they like to say it's gas. There could be some type of gas forming. And that's exactly what happens when people that are not familiar with paranormal, when they watch paranormal stuff, their mind can't process it because that takes experience. It takes time. When I saw this, I already know it's paranormal. I already know it's unexplained. But these things are real. And they are next to you. And they are listening to this with you. So, fuck your gang stalkers. And fuck my gang stalkers. Here we go. Notice that strange, dense light is spreading out. Look at that. How I believe it actually came together. So it's super concentrated and it's shape shifting into this, whatever shape this is, just to show the camera. Notice it's in the background. Notice those little things flying around in the front. So that's what can tell me it's in the background. Looks like it's above the Mustang. And look at it. It's literally showing itself. And this is not something random. This is on purpose. Maybe trying to scare me. Maybe trying to show me they're there. It's all about how you want to interpret this information. I mean, I'm still here, so it didn't try to kill me that night. That's for sure. And it's just showing in front of the camera, so there's really no harm there. So it's more likely neutral than a predator. And now it's spreading out, it's disappearing. Just like how I explained how they can come together and they can spread out. So when they come together, it's more dense, and they spread out. It's like you don't even see them. When they spread out, it's like a mist. All right, please share, comment, like, and subscribe. Thank you for watching. Shimon, signing out. All right, guys. I know I said I was going to take a 10-minute break and end up playing that whole video. Sorry, I was watching it, and it just, even now when I watch that video, it still just fascinates me, that information. So let's just, I'm going to go through the comments, and then I will end the live stream. Thank you for joining me, and if you're still here, thank you. I know Father Jimmy's been here, so thank you. This a war, a spiritual war. Yes, I agree. It's very spiritual, definitely spiritual. Underground level. Reptilian. Yeah, all those are good theories. They're all good theories. And some people out there, a lot of people out there actually try to prove the existence of these reptilians. And I'm not going to doubt their existence because I have shared my story of my sleep paralysis and how I felt these fingers, these dry, scaly lips pressed against mine. So that could be a reptilian, but I was in sleep paralysis, so I didn't see with my own eyes, but I definitely felt it on my face. What was that sound? That was the trumpet sound in the sky. It sound some of them were kind of creepy. Hi. The sounds are the trumpets from Revelation. Yeah, that's the best way I can explain it. It just makes sense to me. Can I prove it? No. Sound like some giant dog moaning. Well, they do sound different. And yeah, I guess one or two of those videos, it didn't sound like trumpets, but it did sound like, I guess, some giant dog moaning. Different kind of trumpets. Yeah, there are different trumpet sounds. And the sounds do travel. And if you're in the area when that happened, people can hear it. But when people hear those things, not everyone's outside. And with the TV on and we all got so much distraction, I mean, who knows who hears it? And even when people hear it, they probably don't even make a mention of it. They make no video of it. Yes, it's non-human bodies. I call them aliens. In the previous video of the mist, I talk about ghosts. So I have to clarify. So a ghost in itself is like an alien. If you think about it, a ghost, before I would imagine a ghost is like a human, okay? It's like, oh, because a human, afterlife is a human, but it's not a human. A ghost in itself is like it's like a form of an alien. It's, I know it's subjective, the word, but it's just, to me, it's like an alien. It's like an entity, like an alien. These sounds are recorded and transmitted by some microwave sound devices. That's a okay. I can't deny that theory, and I'm not going to say anything about it. It's a theory, and it's possible, but I'm not going to deny that. But the Bible also mentioned trumpet, so theories can be theories. It's all about which one makes sense to the person, I guess. All of these sounds are opposite of harmony. Yeah, and actually, like I said before, in the book of Revelation, mentioned the trumpet, and the book of Revelation itself, it seems very dark. It's very negative. There's a lot of very fearful information in it. So spread fear in a way. So, and it says it mentioned trumpet, and yeah, it doesn't really sound like it's harmony. It sounds like it's trying to scare people. And based on the people that made those videos, they were definitely freaked out. Those people were definitely not relaxed. I'll tell you that. You can feel that the sound is not so natural. I guess that's a good point. It's not natural in a way. I mean, I myself have never heard that trumpet, but I do hear a hum here on my property all the time, especially at night. I can hear it in the sky. It's like a sound, a constant sound. Like it's almost like a bunch of people crying or screaming or like in pain or something. But it's like a strange sound that's just there. But I never heard this actual trumpet, kind of all of a sudden like a loud trumpet or disturbing sound. All of a sudden it just comes and goes. But I have heard this helicopter, okay? Last week, it was for many nights, a helicopter sound for hours and hours and hours and hours. It doesn't go away. It's not getting further away. It's not getting any closer. It's just almost like a helicopter hovering at the same distance. And this happened maybe sometime last year, and I didn't think much of it. And then when it happened again, and then later on, I go back outside and I hear it was still there. So after all those situations, those experiences, then I kind of start to know, okay, it's these dumpster staying gang stalkers. And I believe it's their way to screen out people. Because think about it, if they're playing this sound in a over a vast area, out of all the people in the area, the ones that actually picks it up, I mean, they are actually going to be paying more attention to those people, right? So it's like screening out people in a way, and people that actually are hearing it, some of them will be in fear, kind of like how some TIs believe, oh man, is it the government? Are they spying on me? It's like almost like a way to screen out the people and screen out those people, which one has guilt. If you're a drug dealer and you hear that, instant guilt will go to, oh man, or the cops onto me? Is the DEA onto me? You know, it's like the guilt comes out first. And the guilt will lead to believing it's some type of law enforcement tracking the person or watching the person. And for people that have no guilt, they're not doing anything bad, they'll just probably wonder, what's going on out there? Wonder what happened. You know, what type of crimes going on? Who are they looking for? The helicopter's been in the sky for so long. But as for me, I already know it's not a helicopter. It's these entity creating sound, and they do it all night. It sounds like a helicopter in the sky. It just doesn't move. I have an open mind. That's good. Yes, you definitely do, Father Jimmy. I can see this experience through multi lenses. Yeah, definitely many angles to go at it. If everyone is targeted individual on the planet Earth that are, then the newscaster reporter stories are contrived by dumpster staying gang stalkers narrative. An example they want you to know. Yeah, they definitely lead the story, I'll tell you. They guide us what we want to think. It's like a tug and pull. One side is try to feed us a certain perspective, while the other side try to show us another perspective. So it's really is a battle, kind of like the picture of two little entities on your shoulders, like the devil and the angel on your shoulders, and they're both feeding you ideas. It's like kind of like which one you want to go with, a good idea or a bad idea, a positive thought or a negative thought, making assumption of someone, or actually wait till you have more evidence before you make the assumption, stuff like that. Prepping everybody for the fake alien invasion, also claimed it was underground tunneling using lasers to cut through the earth. Yeah, all those are theories. Like there's definitely a force out there that's trying to guide people towards the wrong direction. And there's a force that just don't want the people to know what they are. It's like, I believe that people, we're now here at this stage of our existence, where these entities, if they show up, the first thing majority of humans would think first is, are they going to kill us? Like, are they dangerous? At least I believe the government, okay, the military will see them as a threat. So once that threat is planted into the human's mind, the negative force, okay, let's say the devil's force, now they can use that because that seed is planted into the human's head. So now the evil force can use that seed towards their advantage and let the humans know, oh yeah, those are evil entities or whatever, you know? So it's like us humans will tend to believe we're in danger first before we actually want to welcome these things with open arms. Of course, it's like, who would do that? We don't know what they are. So I believe that's also one reason why they don't really show themselves, even though they can. And I believe us TIs, we have the power to actually really shine light onto them. And let me tell you, don't trust them. Meaning all media is controlled by the dumpster staying gang stalkers. Example, that is to say the gang stalkers lower voice to skull want to report the phenomenon of reality manipulation. The lower voice to skull is in everyone's head. Yes, it is. And just to be fair, I know that can be a good way or a bad way. It goes both ways. And it also depends on the type of person you are, really how you're raised, your culture, your background, what you've gone through in life, your experience, ups and downs, how you handle them. Some people out there are just completely in the negative side of the lower voice to skull. Like even for myself, I have my moments where I tend to use a certain word I shouldn't use or cuss, when I shouldn't be cussing. It's like those situations when it comes in, it has to do with our focus. And usually I realize when I do those things is when I have lost my focus. They have taken my focus, but I just very subtle and I just don't realize it. And I kind of just act out, especially when if I was feeling kind of like heated from earlier, maybe something didn't go my way and I kind of feel like frustrated. That's when they love to come in and manipulate my thoughts and ideas. And that is what I call state of trance. So I could be in a state of trance, start saying things I normally wouldn't say, and start boosting my own ego and not realizing it. So we're all vulnerable when it comes to lower voice to skull, and it takes practice to realize what's happening, and it takes practice to identify these thoughts that we're getting and to stop these thoughts if it's negative and evil. So it's up to us. And a lot of people out there, majority of people in this world, they don't realize that whatever thoughts they come in, they'll just continue thinking. And even in the medical industry, there's a term called something like uncontrollable negative thoughts or something. It's actually a medical phrase. I don't know if that's exactly correct, but it's something along the line where it's like uncontrollable, which is not even true. And for the patients who went to the doctor and actually got labeled with that problem, now that patient is falling victim because it depends on how strong that patient's will is to find a cure or an answer to the problem. That patient could just bought into that idea of, oh man, I'm receiving negative thoughts and it's uncontrollable. So for the rest of the patient's life could just be this person that just think that, oh, there's no hope. It's just negative thoughts comes in and just gotta sit there and keep getting it. And never once thought that him or her got the power to stop thinking about it. But it just takes practice. And one thing from my experience that I learned is whenever I want to go against these gang stalkers, they would use lower voice to skull and tell me, oh, you're too tired. Oh, this is not going to work. Don't do this right now. You're not going to be able to stop them. And I would feel kind of tired when I try to block these things. Okay. And then my lower voice to skull will also tell me, oh, you're getting tired. You don't have to don't do it. Do it later. That is their tactic. And that will only last for a short amount of time. And when I say short amount of time, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. So if you can tough out that 5 to 10 minutes, it gets easier and easier. But the initial 5 minutes, they're going to try to, using lower voice to skull, convince you that you can't do it. So you just have to tough it out. And that's a true personal experience advice I can give you. Neodymium magnets might help against directed energy weapon. Okay, so this is very good. Okay, so these magnets, okay, they're very powerful. Okay, you gotta get the real ones. Okay, don't go cheap on them, because the cheap one, based on my experience, is they flake, they break off. So I think those are just cheap knockoffs. Okay, so you want to get some nice ones. The ones that are strong, it's like has like this like coated layers outside, so it kind of keep it intact and it doesn't break. And if you toss it at a wall, at a garage door that's made out of metal, anything with metal, it'll just stick on it. It wouldn't bounce or nothing. You toss it at something with a metal, steel, and just stick. It wouldn't bounce. So get some real genuine ones. And you know how when you have positive, negative, if you when they what's the force when they decide when you kind of push them together and they'll push each other like they won't stick, but they'll push off. Okay, so that's like what I don't know how to explain it, but you know what I mean. Like magnets, there's a side where it just kind of not go together. So that force right there, not sticking together, that gap, okay, I believe that gap, that force right there, can do something to these entities. If that makes any sense to you. Have no fear. I realize that this reality is based on energy harvesting and fear mongering. It's like a parasite that feeds on people's misery, shame, guilt, and condemnation, depression mentality. Yeah, so these dumpster staying gang stalkers, they like to put fear into our lives because fear is what really holds us back, and fear can, for them, it can manipulate our decisions and the things we do. So fear have a lot to do with it. Fear is it's so damaging that it can make a person not want to do anything, nothing, and just wants to sit there and do nothing or doze off, thinking about a bunch of nothing, and then until something happened to snap the person out of dozing off. It really can do that to a person, and all TIs are victim of that at some point. That's why I always talk about no fear mentality, because if you have fear, every fear can lead to more fear. And if all the fear you have in your head, you better find a way to get rid of them. And the only way to do that is by using philosophy, like constructive philosophy in your head that can convince your own spirit that, along the line of, oh, it's not the end of the world, or I'm not too old. It's never too old to start doing this. It's never too old to learn something. And practice makes perfect, even though I don't get it now, don't want to give up. Like that type of philosophy is the only way to destroy those fear. So one thing that I like to tell myself, okay, what's the worst thing that can happen? Die. Because that's like one thing I always tend to tell myself. So if I understand that part, that really just eliminate a lot of the fears I have. Because one of the fear that throughout history it scares people is death, is dying. But we all die. And we don't know how we're gonna die. We don't know when we're gonna die. We just know we're gonna die. So you don't need to think into it. Of course, you don't want to be doing dangerous stuff like climbing up 100 feet of a tree with no ropes or nothing, no harness, just free climbing. I mean, that's not a good situation to put yourself in. Then yeah, you should worry about fear if you're gonna be doing stupid stuff like that. But if you're not doing stupid stuff like that, then why are you thinking about death? Like you don't know when you're gonna die. You don't know how you're gonna die if you're just doing normal stuff. So don't think into it. And a lot of TIs like to think into that. Like, oh man, today might be the end of my day because believing gang stalkers are gonna, kill him or her, the TI, when it's not even happening. And when, for whatever bad event that happened to the TI, a few TIs will some freak accident will happen, but then you can't call that as completely due to gang stalkers. Okay, I believe these gang stalkers, they're not here to try to kill you, but they will like to make you kill yourself. And they want you to kill yourself without you knowing that they were there manipulating you the entire time. See, it's a different situation if you think about it. A person kill him or herself, and then the person would believe it was just him or her that did it. But a person that knows about these dumpster staying gang stalkers is messing with the person's life, and then the person died. Now that person knows have something to do with these dumpster staying gang stalkers. So it's a different type of understanding, okay? Now, you can't blame all death to the gang stalkers, okay? For instance, like, I guess somewhat of a natural death. But if let's just say you're driving and your gang stalkers say, oh, it's going to try to kill you when you're driving, and the very last moment when you get into accident, all you're going to remember is the dumpster saying gang stalkers. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But it's different. At least then you know that, oh, it's these dumpster saying gang stalkers. You have a chance to remind yourself, oh, these dumpster saying gang stalkers are doing it, as compared to not even knowing that they're doing it to you. I know that sounds kind of like run on. I'm sorry about that. Thoughts create reality. Yeah, it does. Definitely creates reality. And that's one of the weapons with these gang stalkers is they're in the closet and they're following people, manipulating their thoughts, and no one knows about them, but yet they're very much part of your thoughts and the way you think and the way you project these thoughts into reality, into your surroundings. So they're manipulating the people. TI, empathy, and gang stalker equal hive mind negative energy harvesters. I do believe they can all communicate with each other. They all update information. I do believe that. I do believe they actually can all share information. I don't know how they do it, but based on my experience, they know. That's why the Christ consciousness or the Bible narrative, Jesus made the statement, "Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do." An example that is to say, lower voice to skull. Exactly. That's why forgive them, because they don't know what's going on. You see, that is a perfect explanation. It makes sense. And that's why sometimes even I understand. I try to say, well, it's not the TI's fault, even though some TIs in the community likes to talk down on other TIs, or they'll talk down about me, and I'll try to shine some light towards them and let them know it's their dumpster staying gang stalkers. I know I've been doing that for the last year. Instead of picking at the TI or defending myself against that TI, I just talk trash about their gang stalkers, and that's me bringing light in, bringing their dumpster staying gang stalkers into the picture, because they've been hidden for a long time, and that's what needs to happen in this world. These entities been messing with people in the background for a long, long time, probably since the beginning of humans. There's not enough information about them. The scientific community don't want to acknowledge them because they want proof, like what's that word? Empirical proof, evidence or something like that, where they can repeat the process or repeat the test, so they can prove it every time. I mean, how can a person prove something like that? How can even a person prove that there's aliens when the best you can really do is show them videos and people's testimonial? Like, how can they expect us to create a way to prove that alien exists and something that they can conduct this experiment on their own and it shows same result? How's that even possible? I mean, it's either they're there or not, and showing videos from all different people around the world. I mean, if that's not good enough, then their mind is really just stuck. Okay, the people in the scientific community, last time their mind is really stuck and trapped, and also listening to lower voices skull. Because science itself can't prove everything. There's also such thing as philosophy, and if something makes sense, something feels right, then just go with it. If you're not hurting anyone, go with it. And if you have videos to show something like aliens, and not just one video, but videos from a lot of people all over the world, from different walks of life, then something is there. Something is there. Something is going on. But is it convincing proof? Fine. If they don't want to think it's convincing proof, then maybe the scientific community is not really the place to really try to convince them, because there's really no need to convince them. it's like kept trying to find a way to convince the scientific community to feel like, oh, finally they agree with us. I feel like there's no need to be stuck on that idea. If they don't want to believe us after all these videos and people's stories, then it is what it is. Maybe later on, 50 years down the line, maybe they'll finally believe, because based on my experience, I learned that just because something's not working now doesn't mean it won't work in the future. Just like I know information now doesn't make sense. Well, in the future, something else happened, and that will actually connect with what I know now, and it'll make sense completely. So it's like just not the right time for that to happen on the grand scale of things. The playback is the Holy Bible. There's a lot of correlation with the Holy Bible, so there's definitely something going on there, and that's why I play that audiobook, Revelation, and yeah, there's a lot of correlation there. And like I said, these entities been there for a long time. And even the Holy Bible, even other culture, when they don't they don't read the Bible, there's still the story in there is still somewhat similar, like riding the clouds, like man riding clouds and coming in from clouds. You can find paintings of different deities or gods or people sitting on clouds. Okay, so that is definitely true in other cultures. And even in that show, Ancient Aliens, they made many mention of that, how there's correlation with different cultures, a lot of similarities, but they don't all read the Bible. But the story is very similar with what people saw, or the events that happened is very similar. Hunan 7th. It's 7th Hanuman, but I already explained that, Father Jimmy. Thank you. Many will be deceived, it says. Oh, it already happened. It's already happening. Some of the Bible narrative or gang stalkers lower voice to skull writings such as God sacrificing animals or human beings for its appeasement. Oh yeah, that's why I said not everything in the Bible are actually from God or good. There's also mixed with a lot of evil in there. Especially here, I believe, with the King James, okay? With the King James version, okay? Now, King James, it's a person, royalty for sure, but people of royalty, okay, they have a lot more gang stalkers than the average person. I'll tell you that. Anyone that's famous, anyone's in power, they have gang stalkers and they have other entities fighting for their to manipulate their minds, fighting for that person to get that person to listen to that entity. It's like they're fighting to see who can gain the mental connection with that entity. Who does that person listen to, right? If you listen to evil thoughts like kidnapping, then that entity sending you the thoughts of kidnapping is going to be feeling like, oh, it have more connection with you, with that person, and want to stick around with that person because knowing that entity can like those evil thoughts and then send it to that person's mind, and that person actually accept those evil thoughts. So now those entities are going to be sticking with the person. Do you see what I'm saying? So for a king has tons of these entities and lots of lower voices skull. So it's very easy for the king to be like, you know what? Listen to lower voices skull and cross out, delete certain certain stories in the Bible and come out with the King James version. So a lot of that it's could be changed, but it already happened. There's no time machine. So what can we do moving forward? Like I said, you just have to identify the positive moment and the negative moment. What are good feelings? What are bad feelings? What are good thoughts? What are bad thoughts? And that's all you can do. That's really is all you can do. Don't try to block all of them because it's impossible. Maybe it is possible, but for me, my experience, I haven't been able to do that yet. All I can do is just recognize negative thoughts, evil thoughts, stop myself from thinking into it, and that's that. And they might make multiple attempts, right? They might resend me these negative thoughts, and I just gotta stop thinking into it. They give a few attempts and then they disappear. Okay, it doesn't mean they'll completely disappear. It's just they stop, and I believe that have to do with it costs them energy to do that. So when they're using energy, sending me thoughts, and I don't think into it, well, they just use energy on me when it didn't get them the result that they want. But that doesn't mean they won't do it again later on. It's like they sticking around. You see what I'm saying? Abraham with a ram in the bush is some lower voice to skull in the Bible with Abraham heard a voice telling him to sacrifice Isaac. That is an example of lower voice to skull. Yes, exactly. Exactly. There's lots of lower voice to skull in the Bible. Also, a lot of voice to skull. I believe if the story talked about hearing a voice, then that's voice to skull. But if it doesn't talk about hearing a voice, but then start writing like an idea, like the person's idea, but it's negative, then that is a sign that it's the lower voice to skull. Because I truly believe these ideas are coming from lower voice to skull, either good or bad. Now, does that mean is it possible that us humans just don't think at all, and we're just some type of robots we're actually designed to put here to listen to them, and we can't possibly think ourselves? I mean, if you think about it this way, if there's only one person on this planet, and that person have no one to talk to, will that person actually think and generate ideas? So if there's only one person, if you're that one person in this world, just you have no one to talk to, do you believe you'll actually be able to generate thoughts and ideas by yourself with no one to talk to? Because I believe that ideas are usually generated when there's two minds, okay? When you have two minds and they're interacting and communicating, that's back and forth. That's how ideas are generated. If you think about it, that's really is how ideas generated. And if you have, work environment, you have a group project, you have 6 or 7 people working on a project, that's 6 or 7 mind talking back and forth, throwing ideas back and forth, right? Generating idea, creating new ideas and talking about things, and eventually leads into like finding, solution for the project or how to complete the project. But a person by him or herself with no one to talk to, do you believe ideas would come into your mind by yourself? I'm not sacrificing or killing anybody for nobody, for no God. That's definitely, that message right there, sacrificing or killing. You gotta understand, okay, when you talk about God, these entities are powerful, but is it really the God you want to be following? See, so that's true. So you have decided, Father Jimmy, that you don't want to be following that God or doing things for that God. Because even the whole idea of sacrificing, how it all started, came from the lower voice to skull. The lower voice to skull feed the idea into the very first human that one thought of, oh, sacrificing to these gods, it might bring water, it might bring rain because there's no rain for so long. So maybe by sacrificing an animal, in a way, that's lower voice to skull that came into the person's mind. Because where would this idea come from? The very first person, right, try to please these entities, and all of a sudden, oh, maybe killing a goat will help. Like, how did that idea pop into that person's mind? Right? Where did that come from? The very first person that ever done some type of sacrifice and see it as, oh, this will bring rain. This will please the God. Who or what told that person that it will happen and it will please the God? Lower voice to skull. Angel or angle, lens, perspective. Yeah, the way I see angels, that I will share with you in April, angels are not how they draw angels in pictures. Now, that angel in pictures comes from induced image from voice to skull. Because I don't know if you ever had moments as a kid when you're writing stuff or when you're drawing, and all of a sudden you get these images of these creativity images of what to draw. That's not coming from you. That comes from another source. And this source could be helping you along the way to help you finish your painting or your drawing. It's no big deal, right? They're just helping you. That's fine. But those creativity of these images is coming from another source. And these humans with wings, it's like these entities see humans, right? Know it's a human, what humans look like. But humans can't fly. But these entities can fly, okay? Like I said before in the past, they can fly. They're in the sky. They sitting on clouds. So what does human know about things that can fly? Well, eagles with wings. So it's like, and these entities like to send me images that they look like a human before they kind of use voice to skull to kind of train me to see their face when they talk to me through voice to skull. So it's like, and they can fly. So it's like they see themselves as human, but with wings. So it's like angels have wings with humans. That's how I explain it. That's how I see it. You might not agree, but that's totally fine. It's just a theory. I mean, to me, it just kind of makes sense. Angels are light, or angels light is awareness. The good ones are light. Yeah, I believe that. But remember, the bad one's also light. So how can you tell the difference? You really can't. You really can't tell the difference. And I believe the good ones, they won't even make themselves known. Like they're helping you without you even realize they're being helped. But the bad ones will make themselves known. And once you know they're there, how can you even, and if they're light, how can you know if lights are actually good or evil, right? Because then it's kind of like, well, if evils are also light, then how can you tell the difference? You really can't. Well, not now, at least. Maybe in the future, humans can figure some way to identify them. If humans want to dedicate their energy, right, and time into researching into them. But they are more advanced than us. They can manipulate our thoughts. So just getting humans to develop the mentality or the mental capability to be constantly aware of these things and how these things are communicating can send us thoughts and ideas. That would take time. And that's like changing the whole world if you think about it. To bring the entire world's awareness into recognizing these things are there and that they're sending us ideas and thoughts. And if any negative thoughts, humans can start recognizing, oh, these are negative thoughts coming in. So these entities try to mess with me. It's going to take a time, but it's got to start somewhere. And I think now it's where we're going to start because there's TI throughout history, but never before TIs have the internet, have videos, have photos, have all these footage, have way of communication to really just get the awareness out there. And now we're like the first ever type of TI community that have all those capability and we can actually do something that's on a grand scale. That's just really permanent for the future. But will it happen? I hope it will happen. Otherwise, humans are just still going to be stuck. I mean, and I believe that they do want us to advance in a way. But they're also kind of losing their place because the only way for them to really get us to worship them is by, like how Revelation mentioned, that there's some disasters, people are dying, everyone feel like they lost hope, and all of a sudden they show up. But by the time when they show up, humans already kind of destroy itself, right? Or we kind of already set us back. So that's also, I don't believe that's what they want us to do, is set society back. They want society to move forward. But they can't really show themselves, because if they show themselves, I believe that human would see them as a threat. So it's like they're kind of stuck. They need proper introduction, and STIs are the one to do it. But the way they treat us TIs is like they're dumpster stain gang stalkers. We don't like them. So it's like we can't trust them. So it's like, what can they really do? Well, they got to change. They got to treat us nicer. They got to treat us like, they got to keep us happy, right? They got to keep us functional and give us the things that we want to help them. Not like, I'm not talking about like material and wealth and all this other stuff, but stuff that would just enough for us to keep us happy, and keep us going. And because we have to be happy, have a happy mentality to be able to spread these messages in a positive way. Otherwise, we're not going to want to do any of that. Because if they really want to just kill us, they could kill us. So that's not happening. It's like they want to scare us. They want to use fear to control us, but then we're not allowing that to happen. So it's like now they're kind of like in this dilemma. They're kind of stuck. And it's hard for them to fix what they already did. But once I show you guys what they look like, maybe that would change the way they behave. I don't know. Maybe just even talking about this stuff will change the way they behave. Well, we'll see. Only time will tell. Fallen angel or fallen angle is a deceptive perspective. When it mentioned fallen angel, I just see as they come from above. They come from what's up there. And I will show you, okay, the connection of why they're fallen, okay? I see this phrase fallen angel, it kind of clicked on me only because I'll tell you this. I saw a video, a NASA video from the moon, okay, one of those moon mission. And I saw these dumpster stain gang stalkers up there. So I wouldn't call them dumpster stain, okay? It's just referencing the ones on the moon are not dumpster stains, but I saw these entities up there and they're actually here on Earth. And that's how I correlate the idea that it makes sense to be a fallen angel. But they're fallen from above. Does that make sense? I know it sounds crazy, right? From a NASA video. And ever since that moment, I looked at other NASA footage, other NASA videos, and these entities are up there. That's why I call them aliens. They're up there. And they're here on Earth, a lot of them. They're aliens. There's something that maybe the military already know. Maybe they have been working with them. I don't know. But they're definitely here. They look like us. Well, I don't, from what I know, they don't look anything like us. But they don't look like us in our physical body. Okay, they don't look like us in our physical body. But I do believe that once we pass, we do look like them. And I will show you this coming April, and it will make sense. Awareness. Awareness is everything. But awareness in itself is just, once you know they're there, it's life. There's so much distraction. If they don't constantly mess with me, it's almost like I won't even think about them. So it's like out of sight, out of mind. So in a way, to give them some credit, maybe because they're messing with me, is to make sure I still remember them. Because they have made mention that they hope that I don't forget about them and stuff like that, which is kind of cheesy, even though they're really like messed up. But I don't like them. Satan will come as an angel of light. That's true. Satan actually very beautiful, and I will show you. Satan is not something with horns and tails, like how the artist received the image. of Satan. It's something completely different. I will show you. Perspective. Carbon-12 is composed of 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Okay, so you're talking about 666 and 12. Yeah, all those numbers has meanings, but I don't know much. I can't go too deep into it, but yeah, they definitely have some meaning. Oh, David. Hi, David. About 99% of the mass of the human body is made of. So what is that 1%? Yeah, they have. I remember something like that. They kind of figure out what the human body is made of, but then there's that 1%. But in a way, it's like if you try to figure out consciousness, that is something that really needs more research. And I know these aliens, it's definitely there, have everything to do with our consciousness. The book of Revelation talks about the gang stalkers, how they are satanic minions and they all share one mind. Yeah, they share one mind of evil, negativity. It's almost like they represent the evil, and then the other side represents the good. So it's like the yin and the yang. And like I said, if you have a good experience with these things, you wouldn't think of them as gang stalkers. Since we're having bad experience with these things, we come together and we found this community, and they're gang stalkers because our experience is negative. Other people experience it positive. They're like, oh, they're guardian angels. They found their protector, their spiritual guide. So notice the difference in wording. But the wordings are different. The experiences are different. But in reality, you still don't know if it's the same entity playing the good guy, bad guy. But like I said, so if you keep thinking into that, that is just like really like mess with your mind. Like philosophically speaking, yeah, that's true. How can you tell if there's still how can I tell if the gang stalkers are not the same that are playing the good spirit to somebody else out there? So those people call them a good spiritual guy, but for us, they're treating us like crap. So we call them gang stalkers. How do we know it's not the same entities? Well, we really don't. So make things simple. Just try to identify if your thoughts are positive or negative. If your positive thoughts are receiving it, then just go with it. That's all you can do. There's just some thoughts out there, some information out there are just irrelevant or just inconclusive. You won't be able to find the answer to them. So just thinking into it too much, it just confuses you. So to simplify things, if it's a positive thought, go with it. When it's negative thoughts, just don't think into it. That's we convert 24 hours to minutes. Yeah, that is something that I don't really know much about, the minutes and the time. But you're right, you do bring out good point that these numbers, yeah, like right here, 1,440 minutes, referring to the 144,000. Yeah, all those minute and numbers, I am not going to doubt that there's no meaning. There's definitely meanings behind it. Like the number 7, right? Like the reason I picked 7 in my name is based on my journey, and that's a whole nother segment I would maybe talk about one day. But there's a lot of reference with the number 7 too. These numbers do have meanings, and they all come from ideas and thoughts coming from the lower voice to skull. Yeah, negative entities. Yeah, there's maybe, yeah. Why not a 15-inch foot long sub, right? Or a 10-inch foot long sub, right? 5 for half a foot long, and then or 5 for a sub, and then 10-inch for the full sub, right? Why 12, right? I mean, I guess since we believe in 12 inches 1 foot, so maybe that's just better rounded off. But yeah, there's definitely something going on there. David, that was a funny distraction. No emphasis on the name Anunnaki or reptilian. That's just a cliche identification or name for negative energy harvesting entities or dumpster stain gang stalkers. Yes, all those are just names. Makes us believe they're all different, but I believe they're all the same. They're just all the same. Because I have seen these entities. I'll tell you why they're all the same. I've seen these entities more times now. And every time I see them, I recognize them, and they're all over TV. They're everywhere in movies. And I recognize them every time. Only because now I know what they are. I've seen movies that I watched in the past before all this gang stalking. And turns out they're in those movies. And I didn't even think twice of them. They didn't even trigger anything in my mind. Only until after I realized what they are. Now, whenever I see them or I watch a movie I've already seen 10 years ago, and I see them in those movies, it clicks in my head every single time now. It's like I can't ignore them. If I see them, oh, I know what they are. It's like a little identification in my mind will always just focus on it. Just a quick identification. Oh, there they are. Like I can't ignore them because now I know what they are. And all those words, it make people believe they're different. But if you think about it, even the idea of reptilian comes from the lower voice to skull. And the dumpster stain gang stalkers I use comes from the lower voice to skull. But from a side that don't like these gang stalkers. Because there's the positive, there's a negative, right? There's always, but within the positive, there's still, notice the yin and the yang. There's a positive side, there's the light and the dark. But even in the light, there's a dark dot. And for the dark, there's a dot that's a light dot. Meaning, even in darkness, you can still find good in it. And even in the good, there's still something bad in there, right? So my lower voice to skull guided me to come up with dumpster stain gang stalkers because I don't like my gang stalkers. And there's a lot of depiction in Asian artwork where show like Tibet, okay? You'll see paintings of all these monks, right? Like a bunch of monks. I didn't count them, probably somewhere close to 24 as well. Sitting, gathering around one central focus entity in the middle. I mean, all these things, like they all have their own little community. All these things, yeah, there's correlation between them. It's almost like their existence has been shared all over the world and in different languages, but the concept itself, it's their existence, it's there. It's like the story, they already spread it amongst all the people on earth, and they all kind of tell a similar story. And if you count those entities, it has a lot to do with same numbers too, right? Correlation with numbers. Now that's even deeper in looking into these numbers. And I think these numbers also have a lot to do with representation. It's like a respectful way of acknowledging these other existence. So if there's 21 warriors that went to battle and they battle, like they won the battle and they have honor and all this stuff, then you wouldn't just write into the history book of 20 warriors, right? And then kind of leaving out that one. So it's like by writing 21 warriors, it's like you're respecting there really was 21 warriors, instead of just writing 15 warriors when there's 21 warriors. So you're leaving out the other 6, and then make them believe like who are the other 6 they left out, right? So it's like not honoring them. That's one way of how I see it. But these numbers definitely mean something. Yeah, there you go. See? There you go. What are the 12 Olympian Greek gods? See, those are the stalkers. Gang stalkers can only bully us because we don't have full awareness of them. But thanks, 7 Hanuman, we are receiving clarity. Yeah. So, and I hope the TI community will be there when that day comes, when I show video number 40. I hope majority of you will watch it from beginning to end, because the attention and focus is what really mess with people. And that's why I realized it's hard to sit through a 10-minute video, let alone 20-minute video. And I'm going on this 4-hour live stream. I really need to actually go eat some dinner. So I'm going to actually really need to, it's 10 o'clock already. Whew. I'm just going to, you know what? There's so much more comments. Let's hear. I'm just going to pick a few of them. I can't go on down, every one of them down the list. It's getting so late. Sorry. And thank you for those that still hanging around. Let's see here. There's just a lot of good ones. Let's see here. So by being aware, you will upgrade your own spirit, and you'll definitely see the world differently. Hopefully in a good way. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah. I'm not eating the flesh of men, nor am I eating the flesh of horses. Yeah, we're not going to do that. So if any mention of that, that's coming from the dark side. People that got some type of evil spirit clinging onto them, you'll notice if you have family member or friends, that are like that, they tend to not want to go outside. And I know a lot of TIs are being clinged on by these, dumpster stain gang stalkers. So if you're a TI and you're always in fear and you don't want to go outside because you're afraid your neighbors might see you, you're going to need to find a way to snap out of it, because you want to go outside and you want to be able to empower your own spirit to not give a damn what other people think of you. But so far, if you're in that situation, you're probably stuck because you bought into the seed of fear that going outside, people's going to spy on you. Going outside, your life is in danger. And going outside, anyone that walks by, they're gang stalking you. That's already 3 or 4 different types of fear, different forms of fear in your mind. And that list goes on and on and on. That is really the wrong direction to go to live as a TI. You have to be outside. Just bring a chair on a sunny day, go outside, sit in direct sunlight for 30 minutes. Close your eyes, just chill in the sunlight. Like, you need to go outside and do that. And any ideas that keeps you inside, it's from the lower voice of skull, making you scared, making you afraid to go outside. But if you get that little voice inside of you, try to encourage you to go outside, try to focus on that, because that little voice is really probably losing a battle for you, because it's trying to help you, but then you're not listening. So it's like you're not helping it, because that little voice almost try to tell you, encourage you to go outside and do something. But that thought idea might just come in one time, within maybe a 6-7 hour period. And for the rest of that 6-7 hours, if you decide to stay inside, you probably end up stuck being in fear. So that positive thought only maybe comes a few times throughout the day. If you don't listen to it, you probably just end up listening to the other stuff, which are really negative, because you're almost like you're kind of like forgetting that positive voice, that positive thought, and you're kind of pushing it away, or not helping it, not taking it in anymore. And there are people out there who just completely lose that voice, and everything in their mind is just all negative destruction, all this stuff. There are people out there like that. So if you still have that little voice inside you that's positive, trying to tell you to do good things, but it's like a quick thought that comes in that you feel guilty. You're like, maybe I should go do this instead of doing whatever I'm doing now. Like, that's the voice you have to recognize, because it's a good voice. And I know it's hard to do for a lot of us, but at least if you can recognize it, that's a good start. When you have a connection to your heart, or you have a source self-connection, you can read between the lines and tell which scriptures are good or evil. Yeah, very true. And that have to do with awareness, and a lot of people don't have it. And you can start having that, but then you're going to need that information. So that information is like a seed that needs to be in your head first. So hopefully, by absorbing these type of information I'm sharing, hopefully it planted at least 1 or 2 seeds in your head moving forward. Christ consciousness does not want to rule over fellow men and women. We do not want to put people into slavery. I'm not going to argue with that. Wow. Wow. I really. Oh, 1-0. Hey, 1-0. There's a lot of good comment from Father Jimmy. I can't go through all of them because it's getting actually really late. And 1-0, I'm sorry, I would drop the link, but it's just really getting so late. I have to go now. Sorry to cut this short. And thank you all for joining me. I will upload the video number 39 in my True Truth of Gang Stalking series this weekend. And then after that, only one more video until I show you the faces of your gang stalkers. So thank you all for joining me. Have a good night. Shimhong signing out.